Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on February the 7th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor Pro Tem, it is 5:01. You may call the meeting to order, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call today's meeting to order.
Next item is invocation.
Let's all stand for the prayer and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge. Father God, we give thanks tonight for the many blessings we have here in the city of Brownsville. We thank you for the opportunity to reach out and love each other, to be part of each other's healings for things that we've been through. Lord, concerning this next election coming up, we ask you to lead and guide each of the candidates. Help them each to conduct their campaigns in a way that would give glory to you and that would speak well for the city of Brownsville. And Lord, we ask you to lead and guide each of the voters and give us the leaders that you desire for the city. For this meeting here tonight, we ask you to lead and guide our Mayor Pro Tem, each of our city commissioners, and everyone who's presenting everything for the very best for the city and to your glory. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayer silently to what has already been spoken. Amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, one state.
Next item is proclamation. The first proclamation is Leadership Brownsville Day.
Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Leadership Brownsville, we thank you, Mayor and City Commission, for letting us be here today with you to celebrate this momentous occasion. Our mission is to foster leadership development by educating community members about the different sectors of Brownsville, exposing them to the challenges and opportunities, and empowering them to make a positive impact. This year, we are proud to celebrate 30 years since its 1985 founding. We want to have a day to acknowledge and give credit to over 800 members and over 100 partners who have made this program what it is today. Every year, we encourage people to join the leadership program, to invest in leadership development, learn about our city and what makes it run, and encourage them to be part of its growth in whatever capacity that is. Starting a business, networking, personal growth, and supporting or volunteering on a committee or nonprofit. We've had a diverse group of motivated individuals go through the program. That includes college students, businessmen and women, veterans, and retirees, to name a few. In my 9 years, since I graduated from the program, Class 30, I have been honored to meet some of these amazing individuals who to this day still are active in their own way of contributing to the community. So many of them continue to refer to people to our program because of their own experiences. Many of them start off with the sentence, "I don't get tired of hearing." If it wasn't for Leadership Brownsville, I would have never known ... I don't get tired of hearing that. Those comments also inspire the board to make the program better every year. The biggest thing you take away that is the most popular is that the people you meet, all the people that you meet, the relationships that are cultivated, and everything that is built in between. Leadership Brownsville is a working board. I'm proud to say that each board member, if we can have each board member stand up. Board members? Each of those that you've seen here, yes, boss. Each of the board members that you see here are a minimum serve on other 2 boards or committees. So the chat, our chat is on fire. So I'm really grateful. This is a hardworking team. Somehow they make it work for the betterment of the community. We're all like-minded individuals and we want Brownsville to be better. And we want to have a part in that. And it's up to us, and we encourage other people to be a part of it as well. We can build this program and continue to thrive on our own without this. We couldn't do it without the support of our partners. Many of our partners include the City of Brownsville, local businesses, schools, hospitals, law enforcement, nonprofits, to mention a few. We are grateful that they believe in our program to invest their time and their effort to help us educate and aspiring leaders. In closing, Leadership Brownsville Day will serve as a highlight to all of the members, alumni, and partners who supported, and as an encouragement for aspiring leaders who, just like us, wish to make an impact in our great city of Brownsville. Thank you. Will we be able to take a photo, or is that not at this time?
Yes, we do. I don't know if we want to read the proclamation
Okay.
before we do that.
All right.
Commissioner De Los Santos, do you want to? I believe so.
So if leadership group, if y'all want to step up, they're asking us to read it.
Yeah, let's let Commissioner De Los Santos read the proclamation, and then you guys can come up.
I'm going to read. Yep. And then we'll stand up for pictures. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, designating February 7th, 2023 as Leadership Brownsville Day. Whereas Leadership Brownsville Incorporated has invested in leadership and cultivated, trained, and motivated aspiring community leaders who will shape and determine the future of our community. And whereas since 1985, Leadership Brownsville Incorporated is one of more than 500 leadership development programs throughout the country. It is an organization steeped in a rich history with a long-standing strategic desire to impact our community in a lasting and significant way. And whereas Leadership Brownsville Incorporated provides potential leaders the knowledge to effectively participate in community affairs, to learn the history and demography of our community, to understand its financial and political difficulties and promises, and to become a part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And whereas Leadership Brownsville's mission is to foster leadership development by educating community members about the different sectors of Brownsville, exposing them to challenges and opportunities, and empowering them to make a positive impact. And whereas Leadership Brownsville's vision is to promote leadership values and be the catalyst that propels community members to be informed, become engaged, and drive positive change. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby designate February 7th, 2023 as Leadership Brownsville Day, done this 7th day of February 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners of the City of Brownsville.
One, two. One more on three. Ready? One, two. Ready? One, two. Are you ready? One, two. Got it. Thank you.
And I just want to add that today is an extra special day. I'm glad Leadership Brownsville is here because today is Brownsville's 170th birthday. Woo! There's nobody that we would have rather spent it with.
Next proclamation, we have Good Neighbor Settlement House.
Anybody here to receive this one? Anywhere you like. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the 70th anniversary of Good Neighbor Settlement House. Whereas Good Neighbor Settlement House is celebrating 70 years of serving the Brownsville community and creating a legacy of positive change in individual lives. And whereas Good Neighbor Settlement House was established on February 6, 1953 by a group of women from the First United Methodist Church, and for years delivered classic settlement house support services to the Buena Vida neighborhood. And whereas throughout the 7 decades, Good Neighbor Settlement House has experienced and adapted to Brownsville's growth, expanding its core work of serving the hungry, unsheltered migrants in ways that respect their dignity and support their goals. Whereas each day, Good Neighbor Settlement House leadership, staff, donors, and board of directors display their dedication to Brownsville residents so all of us can flourish. And whereas Good Neighbor Settlement House has transformed since 1953, yet remains a Brownsville community pillar, always through its mission of being a haven for anyone who needs one. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, by the virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of our citizens, do hereby celebrate the 70th anniversary of Good Neighbor Settlement House for the continuous support to our community, done on this, the 7th of February, 2023. We dropped it.
Thank you very much. I am Astrid Dominguez, Executive Director of Good Neighbor Settlement House. On behalf of Good Neighbor, our staff, and Board of Directors, I'd like to thank the City Commission, Mayor Mendez, and the entire city team for this wonderful proclamation and recognition. It is truly an honor. For 70 years, Good Neighbor Settlement House has served people who are hungry and unsheltered. We also now welcome migrants new to our country. We exist to support those who need it the most, and every day we strive to achieve our mission based on compassion, respect, and dignity. This is only possible with the dedicated help of our volunteers, our patrons, and close, committed partners such as the City of Brownsville. Good Neighbor has been a beacon of hope and love for many in Brownsville. With the joy in sharing our birthday with you, we look ahead with pride to being a pillar of our shared community for decades to come. Thank you.
Next proclamation, we have Guinness World Record.
I know we've got several city departments and volunteers who are part of this effort on hand to receive today. If you guys would come on up. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, celebrating the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center team and partners for setting a new Guinness World Record for pet care. Whereas on December 10th, 2022, the City of Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center, in partnership with Best Friends Animal Society, Operation Kindness, Petco Love Care, and 24 Pet, attempted and succeeded in setting a new Guinness World Record for the most pledges received for a pet vaccination campaign in a 24-hour period. And whereas this accomplishment has set a new higher Guinness World Record of 1,867 pledges within a 24-hour period, which will spur other communities to action, having a net benefit for pet care beyond the limits of just the City of Brownsville. And whereas this effort included a drive-through component, including free pet vaccinations and microchipping, bringing pet care within reach for those families and entities for whom the cost of pet care can be a challenge. And whereas accomplishments of this nature come about through the community coming together, individuals, organizations, public and private citizens alike, which BARC succeeded in bringing together, including Valley Regional Medical Center, Dodici Pizza and Wine, City of Brownsville Parks and Recreation Department, Brownsville PD, the Communications and Marketing Department, Traffic, Engineering and Public Works, Municipal Court, Purchasing, and the Brownsville Independent School District. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby celebrate the Brownsville Animal Regulation and Care Center, its staff, its leadership, its volunteers, and partners for their success in setting a new world record for pet care, and further call upon the citizens to join in celebrating BARC and to be inspired to do their best for the pets in their care. Done this 7th day of February 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners, City of Brownsville.
May I say a word before we take a picture? The City of Brownsville has set now 4 world records, and I'm so proud to say that each one has been the primary work of the Health Department. Your leadership and dedication to the people of this community is something that touches all of us, and I congratulate you once again.
One last photo, folks. Here we go. On 3, 1, 2. One more on 3, 1, 2.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, members of the commission. First of all, a heartfelt thank you from all of us at the Health Department. I will say to you that breaking a record and having a conversation of why we're doing it. And I want to share with the public why it is that we do what we do in the Public Health Department. It's about the outcomes, how we affect people's lives, our pets' lives, and the environment. Our mission at the city has been a One Health, when we bring those synergies together. And what you see today here is a product of many divisions that came together to make this possible. So BARC, the animal shelter, the administration, ordinance enforcement, vector control, wellness, health inspections, the clinic, the veterinarian, many volunteer groups, vector control, they all came together and acted as one so that our mission could be a successful outcome to community pet vaccinations and microchipping. Today, we continue to do that. We continue to hold our pet microchippings for the public, and we'll continue to do that as long as community grants, federal grants, and state grants allow us to continue to do that work. But the most important asset that we have beyond the money that's coming in from the state is the individuals that you see in front of you. These individuals work tirelessly. They did 12, 16, 18 hours, days during the pandemic, during the world record events, and they continue to do so. So I wanted the community to look at their faces and see who it is that comes together to keep the community safe. Thank you.
Next item, we have public comments. Mayor Pro Tem, we do have 11 public comment forms received for today.
Sure, I'd like to defer to council on guidance on how to, what options we have to proceed.
Yes, so a city is allowed to limit the time and the number of speakers for each particular topic, right? So if our rules say 5 speakers with a time limit of 3 minutes, then within the 11 speakers, not all of them are on the same subject. You could limit just to the first 5 for that particular subject. But the board also has a discretion to open it up for the 11 individuals to speak. So I would defer to you guys.
Do
I'll
we
make
need to
the
make a
motion.
motion for that, Counselor?
I'll make the motion.
Yeah,
to
it would.
Allow all the speakers.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Could we amend that to allow the 11 speakers since
Yes.
the other ones?
I'll make the motion to allow the 11 speakers
That's
with,
seconded.
with time limit.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
First public comment, Jose Mendez. Jose Mendez. Okay, next one we have Sandra Trevino.
Can you all
Ms.
hear me?
Sandra Trevino.
Hello? Hello? Testing?
We can hear you.
Hello? Okay.
can hear you,
All
Sandra.
right, cool. All right, sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. All right, well, thank you for having me. Does my time start now? Hello? Okay, well,
Yes.
hello everyone. My name is Sandra Trevino, pronouns are she and they. I'm an artist, activist, and lifelong resident of Brownsville, Texas. First of all, I want to wish Brownsville a very happy 170th birthday. All right, let's go. And for a gift this year, I would love to see Mayor Trey Mendez investigated for his abuse of power against local resident and activist Rebecca Hinojosa. It's disappointing to see how many of our local officials have become spaced out sellouts, continuing to support the destruction that SpaceX has brought and continues to bring to Boca Chica, Brownsville, and the Rio Grande Valley as a whole. You all idolize this narcissist billionaire Elon Musk and his unethical business practices. And when we the people mention this behavior, you all are so quick to present yourselves as victims instead of listening to our concerns. For example, Our tremendously ridiculous excuse for a mayor has had the audacity to announce he is not seeking re-election because of the quote, heavy toll on his physical, mental, and financial health that few can relate to. Let's turn our attention to the toll he has taken on Rebecca Hinojosa. Last February, he attacked Rebecca, accusing her of allegedly spray painting graffiti over his $10,000 shrine to a soulless Brownsville future. And he made sure everyone knew that his allegation was based in his opposition to the incredible work she has done as an advocate for our environment and against corporate greed. He had police officers invade her home and take her for investigation. She had no time to get dressed. She had her prescription glasses taken away from her, and she was held for 26 hours. He posted her mugshot and shared her employment history on his official campaign Facebook page to ruin her chances of returning to work and making a living. Mendez presented Becca as public enemy number one, targeting her in a way he has never targeted anyone else online because he wanted to send everyone a message. If you disagree with him, if you even think about shattering the illusion he is trying so hard to push, this lie that Brownsville is okay with adopting some bland corporate image over our rich cultural history, he will do whatever he can to silence you. And then he'll post about you on social media to make himself look good. Now, I wasn't able to find a green shirt for the occasion, but rest assured, I'm here to support Becca. And as you can see, I'm not the only one here to support this amazing person and accomplished activist. Becca cares deeply about our environment and the safety of those who live here. Many of the people you see today, many of the people who might go up to speak, have had the opportunity to connect with her, to work alongside her, and to learn from her. While our local officials are taking selfies with rockets and Teslas and business people who are looking to make a quick buck by exploiting our area, Becca has earned the love and support of a community, and we will always show up to speak against injustices committed against a fellow resident. Rebecca Hinojosa should not be punished to satisfy this man's ego. The charges filed against Rebecca Hinojosa must be dropped. And Trey Mendez should be investigated for his
Time
abuse
is
of
up.
power.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Christopher Basaldu.
Eteaple, mautapelech, ekayen, glaien el shat, yen ishtokna, yen somisek. My name is Christopher Basaldu. I'm a Brownsville resident. I grew up here. And I'm also a member of the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe and descended from the original people of this land who lived here since this land has existed. And we are the people of the land. As Brownsville celebrates its 170th year, imagine that your ancestors have lived in this land for 50,000 years, as our people have. We were here before Brownsville. We were here before SpaceX. We were here before LNG terminals. And we were here before the United States. We were here before Texas. We were here before Elon Musk. And we were here before Trey Mendez. The city of Brownsville intimidated, harassed, abused, and intimidated a local community activist and organizer whose only wish is to have environmental justice in the Rio Grande Valley. She works alongside indigenous people, people of color. She works alongside people who are poor and people who are deliberately silenced by the levers of power, including the city of Brownsville, including the powers, the colonial powers that would abuse poor and marginalized people. Mayor Mendez and the city of Brownsville and the police department are among those abusers and oppressors. Becca Hinojosa was wrongfully arrested on an alleged charge, Class B misdemeanor graffiti charge that, to my knowledge, has never been prosecuted in the history of Brownsville. So why would Brownsville PD and the district attorney start now? And then Trey Mendez bragged about it publicly on his public social media accounts, trying to intimidate somebody who has the courage to stand up and speak for the environment, speak for a clean environment, a future where we live together in a clean area, not sacrifice to the poisons of liquid natural gas, to pipelines, and to SpaceX and the pollution that they're putting out there on the beautiful public beaches of Boca Chica and in wildlife refuges. Trey Mendez was sending a signal that anybody who stands up with courage to dissent against corporate extraction will be silenced and intimidated and harassed and abused by police. So I'm inviting the city of Brownsville to write a letter to Luis Saenz, the district attorney, and ask him politely to drop the charges against Becca Hinojosa. I also invite the city council to open an investigation on Trey Mendez for the abuse of power. And this is also
Thank you.
something that we're asking as the original indigenous people of this land that existed here before the city of Brownsville. Nenapalech, ayamapayasel.
Next, we have Nancy Guevara.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Guevara, and I've been working here in Brownsville for about 7 years. I've been working actively in the community as an artist and an activist, and I've known Becca Hinojosa since I moved here. In these last 7 years, I've worked to create more community arts infrastructure and programming in Brownsville. I have received national support from the National Endowment for the Arts, Art Place America, A Blade of Grass, NALAC, and the Ford Foundation, and the New York Foundation for the Arts. Since I think sometimes local officials try to kind of discredit us, right? I'm an educated woman from a low-income Mexican immigrant household that went to UT Austin, Harvard, and is a Fulbright scholar. So my voice should count. And I need my voice to count here. I know Becca Hinojosa for 7 years. I know that she works tirelessly. I know because I've worked alongside her. And all she's trying to do is protect the environment, protect our environment, make sure that our water stays clean, make sure that our air stays clean. We're working tirelessly to defend the rights of this community, of this immigrant community. You need to hear our voices. You do. You need to hear them. These are educated people speaking out every day, trying to protect our environment. We are scared of losing Boca Chica. We are already losing Boca Chica. Think of all the history, all the years, all the families that have memories there. SpaceX is not economic progress. It's not. I'm telling you, I'm an educated citizen here. I've grown up on the border, on the Texas border, and I'm going to continue, along with Becca, to fight for the Texas border. It's not progress. It's not. We need to start defending low-income people, not corporations like SpaceX and LNG. That's not progress. The loss of our biodiversity and wildlife means the worst quality of life for all of us. I support Becca. She is fighting for what is right. I demand the city of Brownsville to drop the charge against Becca Hinojosa and to investigate Mayor Mendez. There has been an abuse of power here. There has been. And we're tired, and we're going to keep fighting.
Thank you
We're
very
gonna
much for
keep
your
fighting.
comments.
Next, we have Juan Macias.
My name is Standalone, and Juan Benito Mancias is my colonized name. We were first colonized by the Spanish-speaking people and then by the English-speaking people. We still have our language. Our language was recorded in 1886. It's 170 years of Brownsville. But where's your history? You go anywhere, you find nothing but Elon Musk stuff. He's erasing your history. The history of this city, the history of this county, and you're allowing it, and letting that happen. That's their technique of getting rid of culture, getting rid of values, getting rid of traditions and teachings. They are looting and they are pillaging these sites that are out there. And when somebody like Becca Hinojosa stands up to protect that what is there, she's not protesting. She's protecting the rights of who we are. I am not a protester. I'm not an activist. I'm a protector of our lands. And I'll continue to fight for those lands. And I'll continue to protect those lands because people like Becca Hinojosa are strong enough to stand up to, I want to say power, but that's giving you too much credit. And the thing is that when you become them, when you become the colonizer, then you're just another plantation owner, or you're part of the house slaves of the plantation owners, the encomiendas, the encomenderos, the congreras that were here before. We were the first slaves here. And they're still treating us like slaves. We refuse to be intimidated by these tactics of militarization, by someone who doesn't even understand or have any cultural values. Americans don't have values, they have ideals because they change every 10 years with your 10-year plans. And I think it's time that we recognize the fact that we are here and we're never going to go anywhere. We've always been here. The thing is that you have to listen to us too. We have a marketing plan. Are you listening to our marketing plan? No, you just push us away. And that's racism in a way. That's tribal erasure. That's an ongoing genocide that is going on here. For 500 years, 530 years ago, they came here, those people came here. And they took the resources from these lands and took them over there. 530 years now, they're still doing the same thing. They're contaminating the soil, the sacred site of our creation story, Boca Chica, is where our people were born. And there are birthing rites that took place at that place. These are fishing villages that still exist there. And all of this stuff is being stolen and taken. Look up Porción 38, 39, and 41. And you will see what it tells you there, that you can't build anything out there without our permission. And nobody's ever tried to talk to us, so you already go against NAGPRA. You're already going against the American Indian Religious Freedom Act. The same acts that people are writing to protect who we are. And I don't need recognition from anybody, but I was going to ask for a proclamation, but that's all right. I don't need it. I know who I am, and I know who my people are.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Next, we have Jose Jimenez.
Oops. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels accurately described the modern state under capitalism as nothing but an executive committee which handles the affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. That means that the state, or the ruling body of government, using the police, the courts, and other institutions under its belt, such as schools, the media, and other NGOs, represses or oppresses the workers, the homeless, or mitigates friction and dissonance between the people suffering and the exploitation on behalf of the capitalist bosses and landlords. Nothing proves this more than the hostile arrest of Becca Hinojosa and the subsequent humiliation inflicted on her by the mayor in February of last year. We all know the story by now. $20,000 mural was defaced. The city, mayor, police, and surrounding local capitalists blame Becca for the act due to utilization of her First Amendment rights in the past, i.e. her activism and her community work. Whether Mendez did in fact personally request her arrest or not, the fact of the matter remains. 4 officers showed up at Becca's apartment early in the morning while she still had her PJs on. failing to show a warrant and unethically barging in her door, forcing her to the police station with no shoes on and without her seeing glasses. And off for a Class B misdemeanor, a graffiti tag, a mere act of vandalization for which evidence alleging her has yet to be submitted, by the way. As mentioned in throughchargev.com, in an article written last year, the mayor is setting precedents with this act of aggression and intimidation. But Mayor, we're already intimidated. We're intimidated by the rising costs of goods and housing, by the threat of homelessness, by the threat of starvation, by the threat of sickness and disease. We're intimidated by the threat of the ongoing border militarization, and now by our very own local commission and police. How are we supposed to believe that our government's words, liberty, justice, and equality for all, when indeed the opposite is true? Your petty attempts at intimidation only adds fuel to the struggle, one you're on the losing side of. The people voted for y'all, but since money equals people now, and it's pretty self-explanatory who you serve, that and the fact all of you on the commission are either petit bourgeois or landlords, you have to keep your class interests aligned and with the same money that put you up there. Under the hypocritical conditions of bourgeois liberal democracy, we cannot trust those in power to hold themselves accountable. That's why we, the people of Brownsville, demand an investigation into the mayor's abuse of power, the police's compliance and brutality, and the silent but rich minority of capitalists and landlords involved in the matter. In addition, we demand it not be another city or county department, nor the Texas Rangers, but an independent and impartial committee of residents and workers be organized to assess the matter. However, most importantly, though, we ask that you, in unison with the district attorney, dismiss the charges brought against Becca and offer reparations for the abuse and assault she endured. It's been a year since the alleged tagging and nothing of material or grand substance has occurred, has it, Mayor? Was your doxing meant to warn others, leading to a waste of municipal resources and tax dollars? Or is it to stroke your overinflated but fragile ego? Or was it for Daddy Musk? Free Becca.
Next, we have Rebecca Hinojosa.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Hinojosa. I'm a resident of Brownsville, multi-generational from the Rio Grande Valley. I'm here to deliver over 1,700 petitions, 1,700 petitions demanding that the city of Brownsville, in conjunction with the district attorney's office, immediately drop the Class B misdemeanor charge against me because I was subjected to a politically motivated arrest. These petitions are also calling for an investigation into Mayor Mendez for abuse of power. So we're going to hand deliver these petitions to you. Should we hand them to your secretary? I expect that you all read each and every petition. On the morning of Wednesday, February 16th, 2022, 2 cars of Brownsville police broke into my apartment. Without allowing me to properly dress and without providing a warrant, they arrested me, took away my prescription eyeglasses, subjected me to interrogation without a lawyer, and held me in jail for over 26 hours, all based on a single alleged charge of Class B misdemeanor graffiti. Immediately after my release, and apparently in coordination with city jail officials, the mayor of Brownsville, Trey Mendez, singled out and publicly attacked me by publishing a photo of me from the Brownsville Police Department in a post on his official Facebook page, setting me up for criticism and potential harm from his constituents. He also included the name of my employer in an attempt to harm my ability to make a living. Notably, Mayor Mendez has never treated anyone else in this way on his official Facebook page. Mayor Mendez made clear that he was lashing out since I am quoted in anti-SpaceX articles because of my community-engaged work speaking out against the destructive impact that SpaceX is causing in the valley's environment and community, and because of a small message that had been painted below the controversial BTX mural paid for by Elon Musk in downtown Brownsville to the effect of gentrified, stop SpaceX. By the morning of Friday, February 18th, the graffiti at the bottom of the mural was covered up. After receiving backlash from the community, Mayor Trey Mendez has since edited his original post, but the damage is done. I have experienced significant trauma and harm as a result of his actions.
The city of Brownsville should not allow reckless endangerment of its residents by its highest elected official. An immediate investigation should begin with consequences and repercussions due to Mayor Mendez's actions. Thank you.
Next, we have Emma Guevara.
Hi there, my name is Emma Guevara, and I'm a lifelong resident of Brownsville, Texas. I'm also one of Mayor Mendez's neighbors, so we're not all from out of town. I'm here today to address the commission about the silencing of activists and the infringements on freedom of speech by the mayor, the local police, and in a larger sense, the conspiracy orchestrated by these entities to harass and bully at will. On February 16th, 2022, local environmental activist, Brownsville community member, and my fellow colleague and friend, Becca Hinojosa, was violently arrested by the Brownsville Police Department for allegedly defacing a mural. This mural was commissioned by the city of Brownsville using money that came from a donation from the Musk Foundation, a charity nonprofit owned by Elon Musk. The bottom portion of the mural was defaced with the phrase "Gentrified Stop SpaceX" and was promptly covered up by the next morning. A quick fix that was not awarded to other defaced art in the city, such as the "Bloom Where You Are Planted" mural, painted by local artist Josue Ramirez, or the George Floyd mural that was painted at the old graffiti park, even after it was defaced multiple times during the Black Lives Matter movement of 2020. To make it even clearer that loyalty lies with money and not with people, our own mayor responded to this incredibly inappropriate and unjust arrest with a similarly incredibly inappropriate and triumphant public Facebook post that proceeded to dox Becca's full government name, mugshot, and workplace title that he found on LinkedIn. It's interesting that this alleged crime Mayor Mendez chose to post about on his own Facebook was a Class B misdemeanor, which is frankly debatable because I can't see how a few swipes of Pepto-Bismol Pink can cost over $100. But on January 28th of the same year, Daniel Molstad, a former Brownsville Children's Museum employee, was arrested for possessing and distributing child sexual assault material. And Mayor Mendez did not make a post about it until after he posted about Becca, while Daniel Molstad was out on bail. You could argue that he was waiting until he was proven guilty, but why would he give a child predator that respect instead of a community activist? Or perhaps because Daniel is the Mitty Foundation's executive director's son, and the mayor doesn't want to ruffle any feathers with the local ruling class. The conspiracy theory that the police in chief, at the behest of the mayor, collaborated to have Becca arrested for such a petty crime is seeming more like a conspiracy fact. Becca has been a strong and outspoken voice against the destructive impact SpaceX has had on our environment and city as a whole. And of course, those at the top who reap the most benefits would be SpaceX's most ardent supporters. But Becca makes sure to keep the voices of those who are the most directly impacted at the forefront, supporting community members across the lower Rio Grande Valley, centering work done by the Carrizo Comecrudo tribe of Texas, the original people of this land, and always making sure to advocate first and foremost for the people who live here. Today, you've received a petition signed by over 1,700 people who are all in agreement that Becca's charges should be dropped and Mayor Mendez should be investigated. We implore you all to write a letter to District Attorney Luis V. Saenz to drop Becca's charges, investigate Mayor Mendez, and do what you were elected for and listen to the people. Thank you.
Next, we have Sara Barrera.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Stapleton Barrera, and I am Ms. Becca Hinojosa's criminal defense attorney. And I'm here in that capacity, but I'm also here in the capacity as an ally, okay? And as you know, Becca here has been charged with this Class B misdemeanor, the city of Brownsville being the complainant on that paperwork. And we're here to ask that instead of pushing for prosecution of your constituents, you work with them. And instead of ignoring your constituents, you listen to them and try to find some sort of common ground, because we know that there is somewhere if we try. And we ask, instead of embarrassing on social media, we try to empower and give people a voice. That's the kind of Brownsville that we all deserve. But that's not quite what we have right now. We have this environment where people are frustrated and people are lashing out because they're just not feeling heard. Now, as for the arrest of Ms. Becca Hinojosa, we are confident that the evidence is just simply not there to convict this young lady. It's not there. For strategic trial reasons, I won't go into details, but I will say this. There are aspects of the investigation that are highly problematic. And we would urge that when these are brought to light, which they will be if we proceed to jury trial, and we will if this is not dropped, because I guarantee you that Ms. Becca Hinojosa is not pleading guilty to anything. And what these things that, these problematic issues that will be brought to light, what they will do is they will bring shame upon our city. They will bring shame upon our commission. They will bring shame upon BPD, and they will bring shame upon the district attorney's office. Now, on this issue of shame, this idea of the social media shaming and posting people's mugshots on the internet, right? States all over the US are enacting laws that prohibit specifically this. Lawmakers saying that the purpose of this is not to, there's no public safety purpose behind this, doesn't help anybody. All it does is shame. And it stigmatizes the person that's been arrested, whether it's valid or not. You've got coerced photos, often at a moment of crisis, embarrassment and despair. And this affixes guilt to a person before they've even gone through the due process. So I'd urge us at this point to have a little class and stop with it. You single-handedly have the power to stop this prosecution. All you got to do is pick up those phones. I'd urge you to do the right thing.
Next, we have Claudia Serrano. Okay, next we have Susan Rubalcaba.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Today I'm here to remind you that the people are still upset about Tenasca. And we are still present and waiting for final action and distribution back to the ratepayers, the funds that were taken by deception. I understand that the PUB Finance Committee has laid out a several-month plan that includes more consultants and their fees to figure out how to distribute the $29 million back to the people. It seems it was much easier to steal the money from us than it has been to repay us. Regardless, I am here to encourage the passing of the charter amendments as they relate to PUB, but more importantly, accountability for the City Commission and the board. Simply placing these items on the ballot and, if passed, incorporating them into the charter is weightless. In 2021, we did just that. We, the people, voted to require cities, boards, commissions, and other bodies formed by the City Commission, including the city-owned Brownsville Public Utilities Board, to collaborate with the City Commission to eliminate duplication of services, provide joint services, make administration more efficient, and ensure quality of service at the lowest cost in terms of fees and tax rates. Here's what Commissioner John Cowan said at that time, quote, "It's basically making it a charter mandate that we will all need to work together in the best interest of the community. The city and its component entities need to have collaboration. That's probably something that was lacking in the past. At least my understanding is that before I was elected, there was very little communication between the entities. Sometimes the boards and commissions would be doing their own thing while the City Commission would be expecting another. That's important in itself, because otherwise, under the old charter, the PUB would only be required to come to the commission for certain activities such as bond financing. There's a limited scope where PUB actually needs to involve the commission. We are growing pretty aggressively, and we need to be on the same page. How do we make sure we're doing what we need to do in all facets and that we're not operating in silos? That's easy to do, and when there's miscommunication, the ball can get dropped. Commissioners, the ball was dropped. From my understanding, there was only one actual meeting between you and the PUB board. There was not this proposed open flowing communication. No, the ball was dropped by the commission and by PUB, and the victims were the people. I urge you not only to pass these agenda items, to change the charter, but to actually follow through with it this time. Thank you.
Next item, we have presentations. First presentation, 90-day Enterprise Applications Department update.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, can we take a, okay, never mind.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Today, the purpose of my presentation is to provide an update on my 90-day observations since I started. So I have a few things to go over just for the sake of time. You know, I would try to be as brief as possible. So a little bit about me. I have 20 years of experience in the IT. I spent 8 years in the Marine Corps, and then another 9 years in the Department of Defense. 4 more years I spent them in the private sector, and then now coming here, I think I'm very comfortable with the challenge and everything that we need to do for the city of Brownsville. One of the things that I considered when I took this job is the challenge and how the city is growing. So I told myself, you know, I want to set the standard for the state of Texas. I did some research on other cities and what they have done. So I came up with transition actions, because I know a lot of people ask themselves, how can you adapt from coming from the private sector or from the federal to the local government? IT is pretty much the same, everywhere you go. So just to highlight a few here, one of the things that I make sure that I did in my 90 days was to build the relationships, to build a high performance team, and assess the department, how it was, when it comes to technology, staff, and the needs. So starting with assessment, so the first thing I did, I conducted an assessment using a Gartner template to come up with an IT score, answer about 400 questions on 28 functional areas of the department. And, after answering all those 400 questions, we came back and we are right now, the overall level maturity of the IT department is level 1. The next slide, we can see we have all the areas that were assessed and where we stand. As we can see, most of them, we are at, level 1. Obviously, there is a plan. I have a roadmap, and later I can share with you if you would like, on what is my plan to move that level from 1 to 2 and 3 and so forth. I also identified several, areas that need improvement. Again, I'm not going to go too much in detail, but in short, we have a lot of obsolete equipment that has been here for over 20 years. The the configurations on some of the equipment is not, a best practice. So the plan on the next slide, we will see on my next steps is the plan to bring all those systems up to, speed up to date, and improve all those manual processes that we currently have. So everything you saw on those, need improvement is reflected here. The stabilizing the network, the equipment that is not configured properly. So we did that. We already stabilized the network. Everything you see here in green has been completed. Everything that is in red obviously is critical. So it has been done. We have improved the processes. And we have improved the connectivity in all areas. And also, started the process to create the job descriptions and reclassify the roles. What is planned for this year is pretty much that it started working on that equipment that needs to be replaced. We implemented several policies and created standard operation procedures to improve the response of our help desk as well. So here we have the ERP system. I talked to the CFO, and some of the things that we need to work on together. Obviously, this cannot be done with the help of all the other departments. So the plan is to bring all the departments together and work in a centralized manner where, we work together to have one system throughout the city and not have multiple systems that do the same thing, to one, improve the process and reduce the cost. Here's, pretty much talking about the same thing. So it is a 3.5-year plan, but most definitely we can actually shorten that time from 3.5 to 2 years if we had the funds available. Here I want to highlight some of the things that also I did in the first 90 days. Made some changes with the staff that we have, and hire some staff as well. Everything that you see on the columns, it says budget. That's what was pretty much planned that was going to be spent for this fiscal year. And now what you see on the right side is used. That's how much we have used or will use as and the total amount that was budgeted for this year was 1.6 million. We are only going to spend 600,000, and that's about $1 million savings. And that's just by redoing contracts, looking at what we have, what we really need and what we don't, and what we can do in-house. And
That's
then,
very impressive.
thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. This one is for all the end of life and service equipment that we have. This is just some numbers that I came up with quotes and just experience, in my 20 years. It would take about $3 million to replace all the network equipment. Again, this is for the city, not just the EA department, but also includes the fire department, municipal court, and the police department, working together with them you have one system that, that has some standardizations, no more silos in the IT department. Same thing with the ERP system. It would take about $3 million the first 2 years to implement a new system. And again, that's another thing that we can talk offline, but it's something that is really critical for the operation. The rest of them, I think, pretty self-explanatory. But one of the things that, key takeaways that I would like to, mention here is the need of staff, the need of funds to replace that equipment that is old. And, now we're working actually with the centralized in the IT department. So that's pretty much it. I think that we have a great team right now. We definitely need more as the city grows. We're going to need more staff. But, I think we're on the right track. Any questions?
Is 546 help also under your domain, or is it internal services?
It's internal services, but we're working together to integrate a lot of the systems
And so you said that your goal is to try to bring it all, centralize it all, but is it really possible with BPD, the fire department, airport, municipal court, and B Metro? Would it make sense to have it all centralized? Because I would think that their needs are very specialized.
So that's why those departments, they have their own IT manager. So some of the systems that are specialized for that department, those will still stay in place. However, most of those systems tie back to our servers. So all the data and stuff comes from our servers. So now they do have their system on their side, but they're using it the front end, but the back end is still part of our systems.
Do you provide support to their IT departments? Or-
Yes, we work together. The department here, like all the email accounts, all the switching and routing, like all the internet connectivity, it comes from our department. So mainly they just focus on the front end systems.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll be quick, I'll just add that internal services moved to public works area because which is their call center, because they were cramped in the library. I don't know if you recall, we were able to place the auditor's office there. And also our employees that went to visit their space, they have a lot more space, office area. Thank you all, his team for setting them up, but they're very proud of their space. And so I'm really glad that they're not crowded as they grow with the call center. And also, they maintain all our public facilities and buildings as well. So, and much of their equipment is there. So rather than having them, all dispersed out between city departments, they have their own home or their own department space.
How many positions are you currently interviewing for?
Right now, with the budget that we have 5 positions that we have, that we're interviewing for.
Okay, great.
So that is a senior network engineer, 2 system analysts, IT manager, and what we feel the network operation manager. One of our members, Leo Delgado, was promoted to that position. And like I said, great staff. We have a great team here. So
I agree. Any other questions?
I'm very impressed with your savings, so keep up the
Thank
good
you.
work.
Thank you.
We appreciate it on our end.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Jorge.
Next item, we have presentation of 2023 legislative agenda, 88th State Legislative Session.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners. My name is Rogelio Chanes, and tonight I'm presenting on the 80th legislative session and agenda. So the legislative session began on the second Tuesday in January and will end on May 29th. This gives a total of 140 working days at the Capitol. The legislature state budget proposal is at $188.2 billion for the 2024-2025 biennium, and the Texas is in a $33 billion surplus. It is expected that a third of the surplus will go to the rainy day fund and help lower property tax. This session, we have 26 new members. 2 are in the Senate and 24 in the House. As of this morning, over 3,000 bills have been filed, which the Lieutenant Governor will set 20 bills aside in the Senate and 30 bills in the House by the Speaker. Both Senate and House will set Bill 1 as a state budget bill. Key dates to keep an eye out for is the House committee assignments, which will be in early to mid-February, and the bill filing deadline on March 11th. Also to share, RGV Day at the Capitol is on February 21st through the 23rd. This gives folks from the Valley an opportunity to visit and meet with members in the Senate and House. This event is organized by the RGV Partnership. Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, I would like to share with the public our current delegation for the legislature. We have 1 state senator and 3 representatives, 3 of those are new members of the legislature. These seats were held by Senator Eddie Lucio Jr., State Representative Eddie Lucio III, and State Representative Alex Dominguez. Our newly elected members are Senator Morgan Lamantia, Representative Aaron Gomez, and Representative Janie Lopez, and are in their first year at the Capitol. Representative Oscar Longoria has been in office since 2013, but with this last redistricting, he now represents a part of Brownsville. This gives the city of Brownsville 3 representatives to help us during session. Also, I'd like to share that this is the first time that we've had 3 women representatives for the city of Brownsville at the Capitol and 1 Republican state representative. Now I'd like to share our presentation on the legislative agenda. The city of Brownsville is in a well-positioned to become a leader in expanding the commercial space economy, given the strength of the current space investment in the region. Our legislative actions is to monitor legislation relating to the creation of the Texas Space Commission, replenish and expand Space Trust Fund, and will benefit the Cameron County and Houston Spaceport Development Corporation, and support other enabling legislation to support economic development and the research and development for educational institutions in space and technology sectors. Our legislative action for broadband is to provide information on BTX at our state legislatures and their colleagues, and to monitor all bills relating to broadband, the Broadband Development Council, bringing online opportunity to Texas Boot Program, and revisions the current legislation has for HB 5, which was presented in the 87th legislative session. Also, I'd like to share that with the public that Ms. Helen Ramirez was recently selected by TML's Broadband Advisory Committee. This is a bi-weekly conference video committee to discuss local broadband concerns, initiatives, and update members on the latest broadband development at the state and federal level. Only 2 people from the Valley were selected. So Brownsville PD and DPS have entered into agreement to develop a state-of-the-art facility. DPS has close to 1,000 officers in the region and have utilized Brownsville PD's firing range. Brownsville PD has collaborated with 12 law enforcement agencies and have received letters of support for the project from multiple police departments across the RGV. The Joint Tactical Training Facility has received $7 million over the last 4 legislative sessions. The funding request to complete the project is $25 million. Brownsville is working with the governor's office to secure funding for the Emergency Operations Center. The EOC will create a safe environment for all safety management personnel to utilize during emergencies and to educate the community on disaster preparedness. $1 million was allocated from FEMA in FY22. Then the city will be matching over $300,000. 10 acres are needed to secure construction for the EOC, and the funding request to complete the project is $14.5 million. On transportation, we will be re-examining Category 2 funding formula, allowing for toll road development to advance such projects as a second causeway or provide funding for a project that is an economic driver and will have a direct impact on commerce. Brownsville is also proposing a full depth reconstruction of the old Highway 77 with dedicated turning lanes, replacing the existing open channel drainage with a storm water drainage system, constructing new bicycle and pedestrian facilities, ADA ramps, reconstructing driveways, curb, and gutters. This project is currently under design. Estimated design completion is June of 2023 and will take approximately 12 months to complete. The funding request to complete this project is $8.4 million. On local control, state preemption, and annexation, our legislative actions is to monitor bills relating to municipality solidarity and urban growth, oppose all bills that impact limit collection on property tax revenues, oppose all bills limiting local control, and support bills that protect local control. Our public health department has already provided bills to monitor and review. as well as to support all bills that improve public health along the U.S. and Mexico border. Our legislative action for the LGBTQ plus community is to monitor all bills with an impact to municipalities.
About that slide, sorry, Pedro, no disrespect to you, but why is only Old Highway 77 as part of the streets that are trying to get state funding to fix?
Actually, we're asking for more streets. We are sharing our transportation plans, and we've met with Mr. Representative Terry Canales to look at our RGV, MPO projects and other projects. So it's not, that was specifically called to my attention by Commissioner Cardenas, and it went through Representative Gomez's office, and that's why it was approached to our office. However, all our intelligent transportation systems, or those traffic signalization systems that we have, which is over 200 intersections, we've requested funding for those as well in the amount of $7 million. So what happens, Commissioner, if a large project is, if we get money from the state for large projects, then that allows us to a higher bonding capacity to be able to fund other projects. So just shifting, using state dollars that'll allow our local bond capacity to, to accelerate our CIP. So in the end, it's a shift of money. We will get there.
Yeah, the reason it's on there is I've spoken to her about 4 or 5 times about this. I'm trying to get the money for Old Highway 77 so we can reallocate those $8.4 million, which would be going into this. So that's the reason I haven't stopped asking her for this. I think it's something that's going to happen. We have it on our plan already, but why not use the state money?
Yeah, no, and I've traveled that road a long time before, because as you know, my gym used to be there. But I just wondered if by naming that specific street, does that commit you to only that street? And, or can it be applied towards other areas depending?
Well, I would say it was a large number, lump sum number, Commissioners. So it's one of our more expensive reconstructed streets to request. Sometimes if they're smaller, they'll say go to the RGV MPO or use other local funding. But I said that frees up $8 million of capacity for other projects. And we can definitely look at all those other streets in our CIP.
Thanks. Did I hear you say that the design for Highway 77 is complete?
No, the design is.
It's initiated.
Yes.
They've initiated the design.
So
It's
they'll
not
have,
complete.
the design ready, June of 2023.
And then 12 months.
Okay, and it will be a complete street design?
Excuse me?
Yes.
It should be a complete street design?
Yes.
I have a question on, how is the state planning to reduce property taxes for communities, for residences? So that's a priority, right, in their?
Yeah,
in this
so
legislation?
they've highlighted that's a goal for the legislative session, but they haven't released any legislation regarding it. So right now, what's pending is the committee assignments for the House. Senate already have their committee assignments, which was, believe, the 23rd of January that were released. So once the House is settled in, both the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor will get an agreement on how they're going to prioritize the bills through session. So it's really a collaboration between the two chambers and the governor.
Because I know one of the ideas that I've heard is that they want to raise the homestead exemption so that people benefit, but that does hurt the city of Brownsville and the amount of revenue that we get in order to fund our budget. So I think that's something to keep in mind as we go into this session and make sure that, the state recognizes communities like ours are going to be impacted the most, since we are a low revenue community.
Absolutely. We'll keep monitoring there. We were there yesterday advocating for these projects. And, we need to be there. We need to be present. We need to make those rounds. And if we are able to become allocated, whether it's, multi-million-dollar projects such as the Joint Tactical Center or the EOC or road projects, those are all things that we believe advocating does make a difference. So we'll be there for the RGV a day at the Capitol, which is February 22nd.
Thank you.
And definitely keep on that. Senate Bill 2 did hurt us.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I'd also add, I was recently at a luncheon where the leadership for the U.S. Chambers of Commerce were the guest speakers. And that was one of the points I raised also, that they need to be cognizant of the fact that cities are being strangled right now with regard to funding. And that's why Brownsville had faced situations like no raises for employees for 7 years, so many streets that still need to be repaired. But the problems that we have require dollars to be able to fix those problems.
Absolutely.
If I can chime in, Mayor Pro Tem, I do want to recognize Rogelio for his work so far, putting this together and also attending the initial meeting we had a couple weeks ago at the Capitol. Rogelio, Helen, and myself did present our agenda to several legislators. And then Helen and I were there yesterday with Chief Salceda presenting on our priority funding project, which is the tactical training facility for the police department. We also have the other project, which is EOC. And then the other two things that we're really just kind of trying to lead the conversation on, as Rogelio mentioned, was space. Just really trying to encourage the state of Texas to put out some money for initiatives, incentives, and other things related to space and the space economy. That's been very positive, and there looks to be a bill filed that's going to allocate a large sum of money for the space industry. How exactly it's going to be allocated, we don't know. It hasn't been filed yet, but we do know that it's in preliminary discussions. Right now, the discussion is $350 to $400 million that they're going to file an allocation for. Also, on broadband, we know that that's a really big, important issue. And we've also been leading the conversation on that in regards to just really encouraging our legislature to leave all models on the table. As we know, the city of Brownsville had to get creative and really try and figure it out and try and find a way to end the digital divide here in Brownsville, which we are doing through a public-private partnership. So we did want to encourage legislators to keep that option open for communities like us, and also just continue to encourage the incumbents to invest money in infrastructure and other broadband improvements. So just kind of want to throw that out there. But thank you, Roger and Helen, for your work so far, and we'll be back there in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I ask another question? So and I agree that the Emergency Operations Center is necessary, but do we, in case of an emergency, say a hurricane or some other unpredictable thing, do we have enough space to house a lot of people if there's a major power outage for 2 or 3 days? I know we have the dome at the sports park, but it's getting older and I don't know what the maintenance.
No, we do. The dome is fine. It's actively utilized as a space and facilities, has showers and it has bathrooms. And so it is maintained. As you know, there's people play and there's recreational uses there. However, we do use the event center is also a space. In fact, we have certain schools that are using, we have entered into MOUs with regard, they can actually use that as a place to congregate, you know, if there was an emergency. And also in collaboration with PUB, there's certain areas that they allow, the rec centers. But there is a real need. Right now, as you know, our library is converted into an emergency EOC. And when they heard that, they were very much surprised, right? That a city our size or the largest city of the RGV has, you know, it's worked for us thus far, knock on wood. However, and the PUB does have their own EOC. However, we do really need our own facility, and we'll be talking to you in executive session about where we think we can locate it as well. So we're headed in that direction, and I think it's just keeping the advocacy there so that we can get it funded for a city our size. And also with that respect, we did receive a FEMA grant. So we do have architectural renderings of what we need and a cost estimate that was completed in October of 2022. So the numbers are fresh, and if we have the ability to identify a land, I think that just makes our application that much stronger.
Can you disclose how much it's going to cost?
$14 million.
Any thoughts, questions, comments?
No, I just want to thank you for putting this together and the work that you've put in. I was following along closely when you were up there. I stay in contact with both Senator Lamantia and Representative Gomez. So thank you so much for advocating on our behalf, and I very much look forward to seeing the progress and the new exciting things that they're bringing to the table. I'm excited.
Thank you. And like I said, I'll be sharing with Mrs. Ramirez when the committee or the speaker releases the committee assignments for the House. Like I said, it'd be any day at this point, but it's most likely projected it will be next week. It would be the Wednesday or the Thursday, so right before they adjourn for the week. That we'll probably see that announcement, which is perfect for RGB Day. So it gives us an opportunity to schedule meetings and visits with chairs and vice chairs of the committees. And just real quick, just like to share that Senator Lamantia spoke on the Senate floor this morning to announce the city of Brownsville's 170th anniversary, and as well as that we have cake right outside the hallway. So if anybody in the audience would like to have cake, please join us. So
Thank you, Rogelio.
thank you.
Next item is presentation by Charo Days.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Commission, City Manager, and staff. On behalf of our Charo Days Board of Directors, we thank you for allowing us to be here today. Hello, my name's Henry Levere, and I am the president of Charo Days Fiesta. With me here today are members of the Charo Days Fiesta Board of Directors, our executive director, and my wife. This year, Charo Days Fiesta is celebrating its 86th anniversary, and the fiesta will take place between February the 18th and March the 5th. Our theme for the Charo Days Fiesta 86th anniversary is Come Home to Charo Days. Through the assistance of a Hot Funds Grant Award from the City of Brownsville, we are able to promote our festival beyond the City of Brownsville throughout various cities within Texas, Corpus Christi, Laredo, San Antonio, and Houston. Therefore, we are inviting everyone to come home and experience the Charo Days spirit again. We would like to thank the City of Brownsville for their guidance and support on a regular basis. The assistance provided by the police, fire, EMS, traffic departments, and other city departments during Charo Days Fiesta is greatly appreciated. We invite you to join us at the official opening of the 2023 Charo Days Fiesta at the Baile del Sol on Saturday, February the 18th at 1 p.m., and Gary Hobbs will be performing at 4:30 p.m. On Thursday, February the 23rd, the BISD Children's Parade at 2:30, and that evening, Noche Mexicana Dance from 6 to 11, and performing is Noe Pro, Folklorico Dances, and Mariachi Siete Leguas. On Friday, February the 24th, is Illuminated Night Parade at 7 p.m. On Saturday, February the 5th, the Color Guard Parade is at 12:30. The Grand International Parade is at 1 o'clock. That evening, the Costume Ball Dance is at 8 p.m., featuring Marcos Orozco y Grupo Rebelde, Los Federales, and Mariachi Siete Leguas. From February the 23rd through March the 5th, Charo Days Carnival is taking place at 20th Century Rides. Our honorary parade marshals this year is Jim and Nick Tipton. We're also going to be providing a brochure for you all that we'll be leaving behind that has a list of all the events. We would encourage everyone to dress up in your Charo Days attire during the Charo Days week and to decorate your business and home to promote the Charo Days spirit. We are looking forward to seeing you at our Charo Days Fiesta events, and we thank you for your support. At this time, we would like to present the City Commission, the Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Manager with a token of appreciation. On behalf of our Charo Days Board of Directors, we would like to present you with a festival wreath to promote the Charo Days spirits. May we present it? Come on over.
I want the one with the donkey. I want the one with the donkey.
Thanks so much. It's great. Yeah.
I want that one, the donkey. No, no, behind you, the donkey. That one, the guitar and the donkey. That one. I fell in love with it. Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
Be there.
Oh, thank you. I love it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I did want yours, but I fell in love with the little donkey. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Picture. I know, right?
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and City Commissioners. and
Thank you,
City
Henry,
Manager.
and thank you to you and your team for always doing a great job.
Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I could add, thank you guys to the Charter Days crew. One of the things that I've been so proud of to see, both as a member of the community and through my work with Sombrero Festival, and now as a city commissioner, is how great of a job the community does in celebrating our culture. That's been going on for so many years, and it is growing. When we see organizations like the Revival of Cultural Arts doing cultural things throughout the year, all that goes back to the fact that organizations like Charter Days have been around since 1938. And you guys have been celebrating our culture in a very powerful way. You are part of the identity of this city, and that's something that is never, ever going to be lost. So thank you all for continuing that tradition.
Yes, and for what it's worth, I'm so glad you were here on Brownsville's birthday.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
I would ask that we take out number 8 from the consent agenda, and I'll move to approve the rest of the.
I would like to remove 11 and 12 as well, please.
Second?
All right. We need a motion. So I'll make the motion to approve everything except 8, 11, and 12.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Commissioner, you want to start on 8?
For number 8, I just want to abstain from that vote.
I'll move to approve number 8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
On 11 and 12, I've had a lot of people reach out to me on us giving a letter of support for something that's going on Tandy Road. So because 11 and 12 are the same, I did call Rick yesterday. I don't know if Rick is here.
He just walked in.
And I just asked him for a little more information on this. So I wouldn't mind actually holding off so I can speak to these people once I get the information I did ask from Rick to those people who live on this street and go from there. So I'd like to table it if that were all right.
Second.
I'd like to understand if we table this, does that put anything at risk for these projects?
Yeah, we just asked that we hear from one of the applicants. I know there are deadlines set by the state. If they don't meet those deadlines, they will not accept the resolution as.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Flores. Mayor Pro Tem, how are you? And I represent the items shown on number 11, which are 3 applications to develop affordable housing for the elderly. My company is called Matt House Development. We're based in Austin, but we've just completed our 54th transaction. We've been in business almost 25 years. And these 3 proposals are all for senior housing, even though the amount of money that's available for this community will only fund 3 transactions. You know, our advice to staff has been to try to support everybody because the state will determine the final outcome. As the Mayor Pro Tem knows, we've actually done one deal here over on Pablo Quisel and Morrison. But again, we've done 19 transactions along the border. You know, the issue, Commissioner, is that the state application for these transactions is March the 1st. And so we have to have those resolutions included in our application in order to maximize our score. My suggestion is if you have a concern about the one on Tandy, perhaps you would consider supporting the other ones, and we can discuss the one on Tandy at your convenience. I'd be happy to make myself available to have that conversation. But again, we are on a very tight time frame. Our resolution has 3, and we would ask that you consider the other 2 for today. And actually, all 3 need to be moved forward if possible, but certainly I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about any specific transaction.
Thank you. Well, no, it's more than that. It's how is that road going to be able to have 90 more units on there? Have you been on Tandy? I'm sure you have.
Yes, sir, of course. No, and again, if there are specific concerns, I'd be happy to visit with you and your staff and try to work our ways through those. The other 2 transactions, however, are on other locations. And again, I would respectfully request that you consider those 2 resolutions absent this one. And I'd be happy to meet with you individually or try to answer questions here. You know, we've done a traffic study that suggests that we can accommodate the traffic there because it is an elderly complex. And so therefore, the elderly don't have as many cars or make as many trips. But again, the timeframe is what concerns me. I would hate for these to fall by the wayside because of the timing.
We have a meeting on what day? 20? No, there's one before that.
27.
Yes, we have our next regularly scheduled meeting is on the 21st of February. However, you may consider today rescheduling to the 27th of February. So it's still before March 1st.
Okay. Well,
I do have
I
a
live on
question.
Alton Glore and I drive down Alton Glore every day. So I do basically a traffic study every single day.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see Tandy holding 90 more vehicles. That's the only reason that I do want more information on this. For me, it is.
I understand, Commissioner, and again, I understand your concern. Be happy to visit. My overriding concern is to get at least the other 2 transactions moved forward. And if you're uncomfortable with supporting the last one, I understand and understand, you know, that we want to accommodate this council. You know, we're here to serve this community. So if the other 2, if you're amenable to support the other 2, we'll accept that. And again, we can discuss the other one between now and the next meeting, and perhaps float that again. Or again, if Commissioner Cardenas is adamantly opposed, we'll withdraw that one. We want to do what you all want us to do.
What are the options here, legal?
Well, I think we can move on the first 2 resolutions and leave out the 3rd, and then that would exclude Tandy to give it time. And this is just
That's
Ruben
correct.
Torres and Mercedes.
No, it's Macau.
Where are you seeing?
Mayor, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I do have a question on this. If I can just understand the process, because I know that this is more of a formality than anything else. We've approved every other one that's come before us. And this isn't us formally approving the project. It's offering a letter of support. This is a competitive process with the state. So if there's any concerns regarding density or any other issues as far as who's going to be housed there, traffic studies, which they've apparently conducted by professionals, not eyeball tests driving by, but it's just really a matter of signing off on this and then letting the competitive process take place at the state. Am I right?
That's correct, Mayor. There's approximately 100 to 125 variables that the state considers in evaluating these applications for tax credits.
If there was a density issue, if there was any sort of traffic issue, that would be brought up at the state level, and that's probably one of the criteria they look at, right?
That's correct. And so what the gentleman is asking, if you only approve 2023, 16, and 17 today, he'd be fine with that, and then he'll try to work with Commissioner Cardenas to resolve the issues on 2023-018. And if you cannot come to an agreement, you would withdraw that application.
Well, and I would offer one other comment, Commissioner. As the mayor has pointed out, all we're doing today is getting a resolution of support to be able to apply. This site is not properly zoned, would have to rezone it. So you still have the opportunity during the rezoning process to deny the application. And so that you still have ultimate control of that transaction regardless of the support to the state. The resources would not be lost to the city. If for some reason, again, if you support everyone and we get here and and that's a funded application, because we don't know what the state's going to fund, but that's a funded application and you decide not to support the rezoning and the deal fails, it'll go to the next deal on the list. So the money will still stay in Brownsville. But that's,
I understand. I mean, I have to answer questions.
I understand.
I get questions from them. I need to answer those questions. And I did call Rick yesterday to try to get a few of them. He didn't have a little bit of the information, so now I know it's for elderly. I'd like to go back and let people know what it's about. That's the reason I understand that it's not a make or break. We have another meeting inside of your timeframe. I just can't support it today.
I understand, Commissioner. I'd be happy to meet with you afterwards, or at your convenience. Again, all we're asking for today is a resolution support, which is a scoring item, as has been pointed out, to allow us to compete in the competition. Ultimately, if we are funded, you could come back and decide not to rezone the transaction, and it would die in that context. So you have two options, either to support and then later to withdraw the rezoning application, and the deal would fail at that point. But again, most importantly, the money would stay in Brownsville. Because again, we're on a time frame of trying to put together these applications, and the sooner we get these adopted, the sooner we can complete the application. But you still have that another bite at the apple, and that's the rezoning, because you could deny it at that point. This is merely a resolution of support.
And for timeframe purposes, sir, what comes first, the state approval or the actual rezoning from the city? Do you know?
Yes, sir, of course. The applications are due March 1st, as I suggested. The last Thursday of July is when the state of Texas allocates those tax credits, but through the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Between now and that point is when we start the rezoning process. If we can't get it rezoned by July, then the application fails. So you still have control of the application. This just allows us to submit our application. And so again, I would respectfully ask that you support all of them, understanding that you still have complete control over this application.
And I just want to add that I think it's great that you're investing in Brownsville and bringing quality housing for our elders. So
Well, this is an extraordinary community. We're very excited about investing here. So this is not our first transaction, as I suggested, nor will it be our last. And we appreciate your support and we appreciate your concern. Again, if we get to the point where you cannot support the rezoning, then the transaction dies and it goes to a different deal. But most importantly, it stays in Brownsville.
I do have a question. In addition to the zoning, do we still have an opportunity to have an interaction about the configuration of the development, or has that already been?
No, we're very early in the process. In
So
fact, we're
terms
just
of
in
how it's
agreement.
configured or where the entrances or exit, we still have an opportunity to do that.
That's correct. And I'll just remind the commission that the resolutions are optional for the commission. You can agree to submit a resolution or not submit a resolution. The other point is we have another developer that is just a few hundred yards down from this one that will be submitting a request for a resolution on the 21st. And so the feedback that you're providing is welcome, so we can let them know that there may be a concern with the traffic on Tandy Road, and they may choose to change their site. Again, it's optional. The commission can issue these resolutions. Also, it's optional for the applicant. They are not required by the state application process to provide a resolution. They can submit their application without a resolution. It just means less points in their scoring for them.
And my final question is, even if the resolutions are passed, it's not a guarantee they will be funded.
That's correct. We're
Correct,
competing with a multi.
Well, we have several of these, right? I think we had 6 or 7 last meeting.
That's
We
correct.
got another 5 or 6 this meeting, and we can have a few more next meeting, correct?
And we're in the same competition with the adjacent 5 or 6 counties all the way down to Hidalgo. So there are no guarantees that Brownsville will get a project.
Rick, let me ask you a question, because I think what the issue is here, and I don't disagree, is that this is a 2-lane road with no shoulders, no curbs, no gutters, no drainage. And we're talking about putting a lot of units here, not just with this request, but future requests. What does the future look like for Tandy Road?
Sure. So we don't have a traffic impact analysis requirement in our current development codes or in our engineering codes. We do ask the developer to prove up that we have the capacity on certain roads during the platting process or the rezoning process, but we don't have a mechanism to collect a fee, a traffic impact fee, in order to provide expansion of that roadway at this point in time, but we are collecting that information and providing the land use plan, and then the work product through our transportation department. They'll be proposing to the commission.
That's why we're doing the mobility plan.
Correct.
That'll include a traffic impact fee, but right now we don't have that yet.
Did I not hear us say right now that there's already something done? Because I said I eyeballed it and the mayor said, well, there's already something done. And
I
it can
don't know if
hold,
we probably have traffic count data, but I don't know if we perform any kind of capacity analysis on Tandy Road.
okay.
The applicant did mention that they had a traffic study. That's
Oh, that's who it
that was
was.
representation that was made.
Yeah, because my concern would be right now where Tandy hits the frontage road, it already looks pretty bad. I've seen that area regularly. And if we're talking about assessing whether or not we can handle the traffic just based on volume, but not on maintenance, wear and tear on the road, I think that's where my concern would be, because this road doesn't look like it's ready to handle more traffic. But if there's plans to fix Tandy and bring it up to code to do what's necessary to support these types of developments, that's, I think, what we should be looking at. But and I think that's what the commissioner's concern is, and probably from some of his constituents is, this is a little country road for all intents and purposes right now, and we're going to put a lot of units there.
I agree with that.
I think what we want to just clarify is that we are in the process of a mobility plan. We have not completed that. In that plan, there will be consideration for a traffic impact fee, which will make it very predictable based on your traffic counts, how much you're going to be able to put into the pot of widening roads. But at this point, we do not have that in place.
So based on discussion, I think I'd like to make a motion to table 2023-18, because we'll still have time to revisit that before March 1st, and that'll give you time to talk to your constituents.
Yes.
I'll second.
I believe there was already a motion on the floor because you had tabled it and I had seconded it.
Yeah, but the motion was for all three, not for just one.
Yeah, but then you have to withdraw our motion.
You want to withdraw your original motion?
No, I'll leave it because
Yeah, but
that was
you're-
my
But
motion.
you're tabling all three.
I understand that.
Okay,
2 of those are in my district and I just want more information on it.
okay.
So I'm leaving that one. I had a second. If it dies, and we'll go to the next one. But I'm not pulling it.
All right, we have a motion to.
It's a motion to table all of item 11.
All of item 11. We have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
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 I'm a nay as well. The nays have it. Motion
Yes.
fails, so I'll entertain another motion.
I'll move to approve 2023-16 and 2023-17.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Didn't we already approve it? Because we had only taken out 3 from the consent agenda.
You removed, believe 11.
No, this is item number 11. There's 3 resolutions that are part of it. I'm moving to approve the first 2 resolutions and leaving out the third, which would be Tandy Road.
So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And I think the mayor was an aye. I saw his mouth move, but I didn't hear him.
And all those opposed say nay.
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 Ayes have it, motion carries.
And I'll move to table 2023-18.
Second.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it. Oh, Mayor says nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
On 12. What were your concerns?
No, 12 was just because 11, I didn't want to single anybody out.
I'll move to approve item 12.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item, we have public hearings. First public hearing and action on second and final reading on ordinance number 2023-1713, ordering and calling a charter election on proposed amendments during the general election on May 6, 2023, on the following amendments.
So Mayor Pro Tem, this is a public hearing if you want to open it for.
Your mic, Mayor.
You're off. I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to come and address the commission? Not, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank David for still being here. I did ask him just in case we needed something, he could clarify it.
And we still may.
I didn't think it was going to take this long, David, so.
Right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing is closed.
So I think it's easier for us to go through this PowerPoint slide that's before you to kind of just rehash what was tabled and what was passed at the first reading. So the first proposed amendment was to assign an increase in salary or attendance per meeting. And so this particular proposition was tabled at the last meeting. And we are, I just inserted here $100 per meeting because that was a number that was thrown out at the last time. But I mean, this is open up for discussion. If this is something that the commission wants to see on the ballot in May, then we'd be happy to entertain any.
Does the amendment on the
Recommendations.
ballot, I assume the amendment on the ballot does need to include a number?
Yes, it's better that we include a number.
And is there any benefit one way or the other or legal reason to attach a fee per meeting as opposed to an annual stipend?
No, there is no, you can either do one or the other.
So what are you looking for right here? What's,
Some discussion on what number would be appropriate for the
Yeah, do we
ballot.
want this moving to the charter amendment or not?
oh, I think city commissioners should definitely be paid.
Amount is the,
How-
is
Yeah,
the
no,
question.
no,
That's
I understand, but,
We're
think
paid
it's-
today. We're paid.
oh yeah, we're
$10 a
paid
meeting.
$10. I'm sorry.
We're getting a 10 times what we're getting now, but I really don't think $100 is going to make much of a difference.
Should be more.
What was, I mean, I remember we saw a big chart with a bunch of numbers on there.
Yeah, Commissioner, it was all over the place. There was really
Yeah.
no standard or no real consensus or average. I think
Yeah, so-
some places had as high as 75,000, some had 5,000. It was all over.
Some cities had it was based on the median household income, right? So it's a percentage of that. So there was no reason to rhyme. Each city that we compared to had various formulas in place. With the city of Laredo, they had, I think was the highest. It was about 75, as the mayor had just said. And so it really comes down to what works for the city of Brownsville.
So would there be an issue of whether that meeting was attended virtually or in person? You have to state that?
Currently, right now, the way the charter reads, you have to attend the full duration of the regular meeting, but it doesn't contemplate whether you attend it remotely or in person. I think the spirit is if you attend it remotely, then for the full duration, then you get your $10.
I spoke to a candidate the other day who called me and he says, hey, I'd like to speak to you. I said, of course. He said, well, I work from 8 to 8. What's going to happen, I think, with term limits is we're going to limit a lot of the people who can run, and we're not going to allow people who want to run but who need a paycheck to run. And I don't think it's a bad thing to have our commissioners paid. I think they deal with so many things on these agendas and things that are so important that we really have to take care of them. This isn't something that's going to help me. I'm already sitting here, and obviously this doesn't go Well, for me, it does it. So I mean, I think we should put a number out there and let the voters decide. But I mean, I would think somewhere in the $35,000 to $40,000 a year. That's a number that I think should be fair. $10 in the 50s is not $10 in 2023.
I'm a fan of indexing it to the area median income because I think that will allow this to, you know, adapt as the city grows. But it's just a matter of, you know, what percentage or what, you know, what number we want to get to.
So what number were you?
I don't think I can add anything valuable to this conversation because I'm not in favor of it. I think that it's okay the way it is. Personally, I don't see an issue with not being paid, so that's just the way I feel.
Well, you can add
Perhaps
that.
you have an issue, but others may.
Yeah, this isn't about us right now. This is about anybody who can come in the next few years.
I've never been paid, even the $10, so I don't have a dog in this race or however that goes. And I'm leaving. But I do think that there's two ways to be a commissioner. One is to attend the meetings and vote on the things in front of you and never do any work. And the other way is to do some work, which takes time away from your regular job. And you should be able to afford that if you're not already wealthy, which, as Commissioner Cardenas said, limits the number of people who can choose to serve their community.
And that was the recommendation that came from the Charter Review Committee, was to increase the level of compensation for the commission and the mayor and I think Mr. Merrill can chime in a little bit more, but the idea was to, not speaking for them, but the idea was to, as you said, open up the position for the availability of someone who would normally not be able to serve, the ability to serve. I mean, in most instances, it is a full-time job, and that's the reason why a lot of cities not just offer salary, but they also benefits as well.
And Counselor, is it automatic, or would we have to build it in that if we put something in place greater than the 10 today, that it would not take effect until our successors get elected, not for those of us who are voting on it today?
That's correct. There is state law that requires that it wouldn't be effective once it's voted in. It would be effective the prior year after we do, of course, the budget.
Very good. And I agree, and I think the concern is valid, especially with term limits. This is going to make Brownsville a city where only the rich will be the ones who can afford to serve. And that's a problem. We've got folks out there who are very vocal in the community, activists, housewives, house husbands, whatever the case might be, that have great things to offer the community and have a desire to serve. But when it's between feeding the family because I don't make enough money right now and serving my community, it's a tough decision. And I think their doors should be opened to those who are on the low income, and especially when we're a community with a lower income per capita than most other areas of the country. I think it makes sense that the opportunity be there for those who are less fortunate to be able to serve and support their family at the same time. The question is the number. What number would you all want to support? Commissioner, you said 30?
No, I mean, what's the medium household?
That's a good point.
Because we could go off the medium and we could just do a percentage of that and have it grow as that grows in the future. So we don't have 60 years from now, people looking back and saying, hey, they were making $30,000 and just laugh at us, right?
Yeah, so right now, according to the census.gov, it is 43,174 is the household's median income.
Surprised it's not
For household.
Household.
Oh, no, household.
Okay.
That's
But you
a
could
big number.
do 1 times that or 1.5 times. El Paso uses a 1.5 formula.
But they do it for the household income versus individual?
See. That's correct. They do it for the household income.
Well, that's a big number. No, I mean, I was thinking more like 70% of that, because this isn't, I mean, it is a full-time job, but you can still work on other things, so.
Yeah, so just for example, in the year that we captured these numbers, median household income for the governing body, what it would have been, was 45,300. And then for the mayor, it was 67,950. That's because the mayor's was at 1.5 and the governing body was at 1%, or
Anybody have any input on this besides Commissioner Tetro?
I'm just trying to come up with what the right figure should be for a commissioner versus the mayor. Because we do know that that has additional responsibilities and duties.
Do you want to stick with the formula of per meeting, or do you want to go with the stipend? Let's
I'd go
start
with the stipend. I think the stipend is easier to figure
Okay,
out.
And then if it was a stipend, can we attach to that?
Yes, it will be. This is about putting it on the charter for a vote by the citizens.
If it was a stipend, can we attach to that attendance requirements? You know, in other words, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, so in it, so for example, in El Paso, there was reimbursements for cell phone usage and travel that's associated with the position. Laredo, for example, they have a fixed number that is given to each individual. It's 1,200 for the mayor and 750. These are per month. 750 for the year, their council members. And that's in addition to their salary.
I think that tying it to median income makes the most sense because it's something that fluctuates, it grows as, or it's something that's not fixed necessarily. It can adapt with inflation, et cetera, as well. But what would be the percentage that would be fair? I don't necessarily think it should be 100%. I think it should be less than 100. Those are just my thoughts. I mean, it's really up to the community to decide.
I think since this is going to be up to the citizens to decide and it's not going to apply to me as a commissioner, and of course, commissioners who already have good means would be able to decline the salary as well, correct?
That's correct.
So then I would suggest, just to start the conversation, 30,000 for commissioner and 45,000 for mayor. Thoughts?
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that. I think it's about what we said, about 80%.
That's 2,500 a month for the commissioner.
Well, you know what? I move to approve what Roy De Los Santos, Commissioner De Los Santos said of 30 and 45, 30 for commissioners, 45 for the mayor. That's it.
Since it's tabled, can we have a motion to remove it from
I'll
the
move to
table?
draw from the table.
Motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Now you can make your motion, sir.
Ayes have it. Set?
No, it was a,
No, but you have a,
I had a question. But that was the vote to end
To draw from the
decide.
table. No, that was, we just drew from the table. That was to approve.
Does it have to be an actual number? Can we put a range?
there is case law out there that if you do anything that could mislead the voters, then it could be struck and invalidated. And so it's better to give them a fixed number.
what about percentages? Because that basically what Commissioner De Los Santos said was 80% of the, it's an 80% and 100%, right? That's
I
basically
didn't
what
do
it
the
is.
math. I just threw the numbers out there.
You said it was 40,
He said it was 41.
41?
Yes,
times
you
eight
could
is
do
30.
percentage of, let's say, percentage of the household medium income. And then that will be in the proposition, but then in the election information that kind of advises what that calculation is and educates them, we'll have that actual number based on, for example, 2023, 2021.
So it ends up being about 75% and 100%.
And 100.
You all have anything there? Go ahead.
I think that would be the better practice, to do a percentage of the household median, so that way it changes with time and you don't have to bring it back.
Right.
Yes.
It's true. Inflation or.
So we can do a percentage, but you'll have to put a number on the ballot.
Well, no, the ballot will have a percentage of the household median income. So we'll say 80% of the household median income.
As
an example.
determined by,
As determined by, like, the US Census, et cetera. So
Okay.
we'll definitely word the ballot. That should withstand any
legal
challenges, yes. Now, the only thing is in the educational materials, we will put in there the actual numbers. Let's say 2021 census says this is what the household median income. If this passes, this is what this would mean.
And ultimately, it'll be up to the voters. That's the beauty of it. So whatever number we pick, ultimately, the voters are the ones who decide.
and I agree with you, Commissioner. My concern is people then making the argument, yeah, but if household income goes up with SpaceX and jobs come in and now household income shoots up to 70,000 a year. Now our commissioners are going to be making 70,000 a year.
Well, no, that's too small of a percentage. Come on.
No, I'm saying those type of arguments could be made by anybody out there who wants to be a detractor if we don't have a set number. I'm just saying that all kinds of arguments can be made if it's tied to a percentage of. That would be my concern.
I understand what you're saying. Do you have anything to say? Anybody ready for anything? We're going to sit here if nobody wants to do it.
I mean, personally, I understand the percentage thing, but not everybody's going to understand the percentage thing, and not everybody is going to understand what the median household income is.
So they're going to vote no.
Conceptually, they
Right.
may
Yes.
not, they
But
may not
I think
understand that.
instinctually, if they don't understand that, they're going to vote no.
They're
Because
gonna
they're going to
vote
have a
no.
distaste for
Right.
it.
So I guess I believe I favor an actual number that they can look at the number and say, no, yes, it's a number, it's fixed. Now, that does mean in the future, if the future commissions want to change it, they have to come back and do what we're doing. So I think the number should not be too large. On the other hand, it shouldn't be too small either.
I'm sorry, just to put in perspective, in our population, close to 180, we are in the middle. I would say El Paso has a little bit more. They have about 690. But we are closer to Laredo, and Laredo has 75, and I believe it's 50 for their positions. And so if you do something similar to 45-30, you're putting yourselves in a range that's between Laredo and El Paso. And so it's comparable to, to our city, our size.
So you're suggesting that's fair? I mean, that's a reasonable thing to do.
It was just an analysis, but I'm not recommending that.
Yep, that's a lawyer right there.
I kind of like the sound of 25. It's a round number. It's easy to comprehend. And it's
I'll do
not.
25 and 40, 25
That's
commissioners
what
and
I'm
40 for
thinking.
mayor.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm good with that.
But
Like I said, I just wanted to start the discussion, give us a baseline, but I like that. So I'll make a motion to approve compensation at 25,000 for a commissioner and 40,000 for the mayor.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
second,
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
and Will, one final question is, and because the state statute is the one that prohibits someone that's employed by the state to also collect a salary, that is still true. We're not changing that, correct?
That is still true, correct. And
That would have to
any,
change at the state level.
correct, and any individual that comes into office can refuse that compensation from the
Okay.
city. So now we're at the next proposition. This one passed. We did modify the language a little bit. So we modified the language to, it says, increase the city manager's maximum contract length from 2 to 3 years. I believe in your packets, the old language is in there, and that was a little confusing. And so as we ran it through the traps, we realized there's a better way we can reword it. And so this has already passed, but when you adopt the ordinance, we're going to ask that you adopt as amended so that we can use this proposition. Okay. Any questions, concerns?
I'll entertain a motion to
We'll
approve.
do it in the overall ordinance.
Okay.
Go to the next item. So this one is the.
Quick question, Counselor, before you
Yes, sir.
move on. Only because I know this was a public hearing but now we're getting into the nuts and bolts of it with the individual items.
Correct.
So I would encourage us to afford any citizens as we get to individual items, the opportunity if they wanted to speak. I know we closed the public hearing, but that's something that we could do, correct?
Correct, yes. This next item was tabled as well. This is for the, adding the office of the city attorney. And so, it's on the table, so if you want to discuss it, then you'd have to have a motion to remove it from the table.
I'll move to draw from the table.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Now, does anybody want to speak on this? Is that what you're asking?
Well, if we want to open it up, if we're getting into anything controversial, want to open it up for the audience, we can. Thought you were asking if I want to speak.
Yeah, no, I mean, does anybody want to speak on this item? It's not.
No need to open.
We won't open it then.
We have one.
Okay, let's open it.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Come on up, ma'am.
3 minutes, standard comment rules.
Good evening. I'm understanding that you want to change some issues and give a little bit of opportunity to the other people coming on board at some point in time. And you're applying it also to the taxpayer and the one that's going to vote for it. But what do you establish if you establish anything? Because obviously you want to establish something, okay? That's fine. And these people are going to get some money. What's going to get them to say, I'm not satisfied with the money. That money is just not enough for me. And it rolls and it rolls and it rolls and it rolls. Why are we doing this? What prompted you all to say, this is a solution? Solution for what? This commission has been the same since day one. What inspired you to do something different? The medium is so much cash. Have you looked at the people? Have you gone to their houses? Have you seen how they live? Have you seen they don't have groceries or gas to move their vehicles? How can you be so blind? How can you be so insensitive? You sit there, you have a lot of power. And good for you, but not good for what you're doing. Because you're going to be crushing the people. Oh yeah, y'all are going to get something, but they're not going to be satisfied with that. And the public is going to vote, and I don't think they're going to give you the opportunity to do what you think you need to do. This community is hurting. It's hurting badly. Just look around you. Some people live very nicely. Others don't. How can you ignore the border? How can you ignore the fentanyl and everything? How can you ignore our situation? Does that hurt? Does that hurt? Does it hurt us? People are dying. They're dying in trailers, suffocating to death. It doesn't stir your heart? It should. Because it hurts to see babies abused, children abused. And this is where we live. This is what we live daily. Turn the TV on. You look at the news. I don't look at the news. I look at the world news, but I don't look at this news because it's so heartless. It's heartless to see all of these things that are happening around us. And here you sit, you want something for you all. Not for you, but for the ones that follow. So you're probably never going to be satisfied, but why are you satisfied with the conditions we have here? Why are you ignoring it? It doesn't exist. It sure is shooting that it exists.
I'm sorry, that's your time. That's 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
So back to the topic on the city attorney. I have some opinions on this, and I think we've seen enough in our role as commissioners right now, not just with regard to what occurred at PUB, but even internally. And one of the reasons I think we work as well as we do is because we have the right checks and balances in place. And that's something that I think has been lacking in other areas. And when we talked about the collaboration between the entities, I agree that we have not seen enough of that yet. And I think with the city attorney's office, and I know our city attorney's office reached out to PUB as they're working to now look for their first in-house counsel. I think there needs to be language in the charter that requires GBIC, BCIC, PUB to collaborate with the city attorney's office, not just when they're going to do something like outside counsel, but even contracting for outside services. So that we can ensure if we don't have if we have the expertise in-house first, we utilize that. I know with the joint committee, one of the things I'd asked for was a copy of something from PUB. It's something that could have been very easily 6 pages sent over electronically. Instead, multiple copies were prepared and bound for every member of a committee and staff, and it was done by a law firm rather than by an office, by the CEO's office or somebody else's. We're using taxpayer money, because I know these firms, they charge by the page. We're spending taxpayer money on things like this. Public information requests. Again, we have staff at City of Brownsville. Johnny does a fantastic job. We're not paying a lawyer $200 or $300 or $400 an hour like other entities are. So we need to be operating at a more efficient level and having the checks and balances between the city manager, a city attorney, and city auditor serves the city well. We need something more like that for the other boards. So I think this language should be strengthened further, not just to codify that there's a city attorney, but that office is the chief legal office for the city of Brownsville and all boards and committees that come under it.
And just while we had the public comments, we updated the slide. There were some changes to some language that we went through and kind of went through the traps as well on this one. This is the proposed ballot language. It is a bit long, but it's very clear as to what is trying to be accomplished by adopting 21A to Article 5. Next slide. And so not much has changed on this particular slide. It discusses the city commission appoints the attorney, how they can be removed, and as far as compensation as well. So it gives that, it still holds that traditionally the commission has appointed the city attorney. So it still holds that and codifies it into this. Next slide. Appointment of assistants, it gives the city attorney the ability of adding in additional attorneys to the department. But it requires the office to adhere to the city's policies and procedures at that time and as adopted in the budget by the city commission. So it's not granting the city attorney any additional powers. What it is doing is codifying what's currently in the process right now, because the city attorney's office cannot add positions unless we have budget approval from commission, as well as the city manager's office, and then of course, finance. And we still have to go through OD and HR as well. Number 3 is pretty self-explanatory. It just says basically that the assistants stand in for the city attorney when the city attorney is not available. When we go to the next slide. 4. So this particular section has been modified. This is probably the section that has been modified the most. And this 21A. For outside counsel, we worded it in such a way to where the city attorney's office shall oversee legal services for the city, its boards, committees, commissions, or other city commission entities. And it goes on through this particular language that is copied from 2 sections in the charter that is in place right now. And then of course it goes on to saying outside counsel may only be retained in cases of extraordinary importance, legal specialization, assignment by insurance or bond requirements. That's essentially covering for TML risk pool when they make an assignment. And then of course, in an emergency, and it's done in accordance with the policies or procedures approved and adopted by the city commission. And it also sets the compensation to be allowed that is set by the city commission, right? So again, budgetary control goes to you all. And then 5 is removal. And so I do want to clarify this oversee legal services. Can you go to the next slide? The intent, right now, currently, we're an office of 2 individuals. We have 3 vacancies. The intent is not to take over legal services for the entire city and its entities. I mean, the city, of course, but not its entities like GBIG, BCIC, and PUB. But in following the spirit of Section 34 and Article 6, Section 4, subsection F, the voters have made it clear in their 2021 propositions that they want the city boards, committees, and commissions and other city commission entities to work together, eliminating duplication of services, creating administrative efficiency, providing for joint service efforts, and ensuring quality of service to the citizens at the lowest cost in terms of fees and tax rates. And so an example of this is, I'm going to bring up GBIC for example. GBIC is an entity that the city attorney's office has been advising for their legal needs. They reimburse the city through a service agreement that you all will be considering for renewal at the next meeting. They have expressed an interest in bringing in special in-house counsel for special projects. And so there will be times where the city attorney's office capacity is limited, like right now. And more so, there might be requirements for specialized projects that are beyond the capabilities of those attorneys in-house. Bond counsel is an example of that. And so when they express their need to possibly obtain additional assistance, our office led the effort to draft and request for proposals for that special counsel and have assisted them in setting up the interviews for those firms to come in and interview with GBIC. And so that's an example of collaboration. Another example is PUB has requested our assistance on some matters, basically taking into consideration our offer to assist them in the interim of while they look for legal services in-house, right? Because they're going to go in-house. They have asked us for their assistance, and so we're as part of that process in following chapter Article 5, 34, and Article 6, Section 4, we have volunteered our services to assist them in that process, and then whenever their legal counsel is hired, they can then run with the ball. And so oversee, can you go to the next slide? I thought, oversee is a defined term. It's not a legal term of art, but essentially it's to watch over and direct in order to ensure a satisfactory outcome or performance. Supervise. I mean, we obviously don't intend to supervise another governing body's legal services to an extent, but I do think there has to be some controls and some collaboration if we want to effectuate the voters' intent on those particular sections that we showed you earlier. And so that's the reason for the language change. Any questions or concerns?
So do we need to recommend the language that I'm talking about? Because I don't think there's anything that compels right now. And that's what I'd like for consideration. Or do you think that there's sufficient language there and we just haven't been following it?
There is language. If you go to the prior slide, you go one slide back. There is language in there that that recognizes this collaboration process. It's not, I wouldn't say it's strong.
Right.
Right. And it's really kind of speaks to a desire to accomplish this, but there's no shalls.
Right.
In this. And so there's also no penalties within the charter too, if you don't adhere to a particular section.
Now, there is one shall in the first section, probably about halfway through it. Based on this recognition, all city boards, committees, and commissions or other city commission entities shall work collaboratively with the Brownsville City Commission towards these and other important common goals. But there's no shalls with regard to the city attorney's office. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's time for some shalls. Because essentially tomorrow, BCIC, GBIC, any other entity could say, we're getting our own outside counsel and not working with the city attorney's office today, correct?
Well, but right now BCIC does have their own counsel. So, but I can tell you, if they came to, if them as a client came to us and said, hey, we want our own counsel because of conflict of interest, I don't think that right now where I'm sitting in this position, would decline that.
Of course.
But I think I would assist them in either doing a request for proposals, going through that process instead of just saying, hey, I know this person, let me hire this person. Not that any board is going to do that.
Right.
But for transparency purposes.
And I think that's what I'm looking for. I think that the city attorney's office would be responsible in that manner where it makes sense to have independent outside counsel. We do that just like we do internally today. So I think rather than talking about all these, like it says, based on this recognition, all city boards, committees, commissions, or other city commission entities where it says shall work collaboratively with the Brownsville City Commission, I think that's where we're talking about with regard to the legal services. We need to say shall work with the city attorney's office.
Okay.
But that's just my suggestion. Of course, that's subject to approval.
Is there any other questions or concerns? Any other discussion?
If it does say that about shall work with the city attorney's office, that doesn't mean that you would become the attorney for BCIC, let's say, use them as an example, right? Because that's like a whole big job.
Yeah, no.
It just means that
means
you're-
collaborate.
They're going to
Yeah.
collaborate. So maybe it should say shall collaborate.
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Okay.
Shall work collaboratively with, but instead of city commission, it would say the city attorney's office.
Would you rather just put and, Brownsville City Commission and the city attorney's office? So it doesn't exclude the commission?
My only concern about that would be if they didn't like the direction they were getting from the city attorney's office and then tried to come to the commission to override decisions, and then you're playing the city attorney's office against the commission. And I think since the city commission has already chosen a city attorney, and that's the chief legal officer of the city, and what they're trying to do is with regard to legal and legal services, I think it makes sense that it go through the city attorney's office. I wouldn't want to muddy the waters with an and in there. To me, that would be tantamount to, like right now, all departments report to the city manager. It would be like saying they report to the city manager and the city commission. And then they could try to play one against the other. It wouldn't make sense. I think there needs to be the structure.
Just for clarification, because I think we have the slide up there. Are you talking about in section 34?
Not necessarily in 34, I'm taking that language, but I'm talking about where we're codifying the city attorney's office.
Sure.
I think that's where the language would be appropriate unless you disagree or think it needs to be somewhere else in addition.
Yeah, so right now we have this particular section 4, outside counsel, and then it shall oversee, and then it goes towards mirroring some of the language in 34.
So would that cover GBIC, BCIC, and PUB?
Yes, they are other entities commissioned by the city. That says, or other city commissioned entities.
Do you have issue with the recommendation?
I like that. That works.
Because it says basically what you said.
Yeah, I agree.
So I make a motion to accept that recommendation.
Second.
All right.
So as you have, with the language as he's proposed it, right? That's what you're saying? Yes, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Go through I think it's going to be D. All right. So Mayor and Commission, Mayor Pro Tem, this particular section was passed. And if there's no, we did change it to 2/3 supermajority because I think that was a concern last time. So we just put the words 2/3 supermajority. And so this is passed. If there's no changes to this or no discussion, then we can move on to the next, and it'll be accepted in the ordinance adoption.
And Will, for clarification, the last meeting, there was some confusion as to whether it was 2/3 or 75%. I think we ultimately approved 5, but this is accomplishing the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Do we need to formally approve this? If so, I move to approve.
No, you can withhold the approval because it'll be approved in the ordinance adoption.
Okay.
Then next slide. This one. All right. So this one, and then can you go back one? Sorry. Okay. So 2/3 supermajority, and then go fast forward. All right. And then this one is the allowing each city commissioner a nomination to the board, right? These were two separate propositions. After reviewing them, can you fast forward one slide? We thought we could combine them to make it clearer. Because our concern is we have two propositions, 2/3 supermajority, then the other one would say each city commissioner is allowed an appointment. We had two propositions that were not contradicting each other, but so that we can have less propositions, we combined them. And so this new language is what we are proposing if the body wants to move towards this or just have the two separate. The only difference is if you have two separate ones, one passes, one doesn't, then you have a situation where each, let's say 2/3 supermajority fails, then it's majority of the city commission. And let's say the other one passes, each commissioner has an appointment themselves, then that would be the one that passes, right? And it could be the other way around. And so what we did is just combine them. So it's up to the commission, just less ballots, less propositions, but this one just combines them and gives the voters less to have to vote on.
I like the idea of combining. My concern is where it says thereby creating places 2 through 7. I think then that creates confusion because then that's saying, well, Commissioner for District 1 appoints position 2 and District 2 appoints position 3, rather than just having it straight. District 1 gets 1, 2 gets 2, 3 gets 3, 4 gets 4. Let the mayor be position 7.
Okay, that's
So I
fine.
would say create positions, places 1 through 6. The mayor holds place 7.
Okay. Okay. And so if the body wants to go to where we have this one proposition, then this one will require a motion so that we can undo the other two and go with this one instead.
And so was the 2 previous that we're combining?
Yes.
So
So
I'll
we
make
had
a-
one that was 2/3 majority, and then we had another one that gave each individual a nomination to appoint someone to the
So was
board.
it C and D, or which letters?
Yeah,
are these?
it was C and D. Can you go 1, 2 up?
It's D and E.
Because C was the city attorney's office.
Yeah, so it's
D and
D and E.
D was replacing majority to 2/3 majority.
D and E. Go D and E.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to combine D and E
Second?
We have a motion. and a
with the,
second.
With the
the
language.
language as corrected tonight.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Go to the next one. One more. All right, so this one passed as well at the last meeting. And this one is the 2/3 supermajority rather than unanimous for removal. And can you
It's
go to
just
the
the
next?
correction of the language? Is that all?
Sorry?
Just a correction of language, what you brought? Oh, there. it is.
Yeah, so there's refreshing up the language. There was two propositions. One was passed at the first reading where it was 2/3 supermajority instead of unanimous. Then the other proposition that was recommended was to do, if I remember, 3 board members in any 12-month period. And so if you go to the one that's proposal. One more.
We should be looking at F and G.
G, yeah, G. It should be that one, okay. So this one should say, amended by allowing a 2/3 supermajority of the city commission to remove 3 board members from PUB in any 12-month period. And that's combining the two propositions to make it, again, cleaner and one proposition instead of 2. So that eliminates the number of propositions we're sending to the voters.
So I'll move to combine F and G to read with the languages presented tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay, next slide, please. So this one is for management. This one passed. This is so that,
Wait, what happened to H?
so the ones that are missing, those were declined by the commission. And so we just left the letters.
But there's,
No.
it's on here.
H passed first reading, so did I, so did J. So we're just skipping those because they passed?
No, let me see. So you're asking about H?
Yeah, because we just
Yeah.
combined F and G.
Yeah, so H in this slide deck is my M. So this is the 4 times from any regular meeting in a calendar year.
Okay, so it's, the language is reading right, I guess.
Roy, what's happening is that the letters used to kind of separate these out don't track along with the letter in the amendments. So
Okay.
for now, for example, we're taking up letter H on the agenda, but it's referring to F,
Okay.
Article 6, Section 1F. It's super confusing.
Yeah, my apologies on the PowerPoint. We didn't update the,
That works. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
but yeah, so this one was passed. This one is absent 4 times from any regular meeting in a calendar year. If there's any questions or concerns, we'll go to the next one.
Next.
Okay. So this one would be your I. This is the report quarterly public meetings. This one was passed. If there's no other discussion on it, we'll.
Why can't we make this one an ordinance instead of a charter amendment?
So you could, this one was proposed by the Charter Review Committee as an amendment. And so that's the reason why it was put before you all as a charter amendment, but the body could decide to have it come as an ordinance.
I agree with Commissioner Galansky. I'd rather not see it in the charter.
Well, I do too, but if there's a charter, if there's a charter out there that has certain language, and then we're creating an ordinance that relates to the same thing, it's probably cleaner if we just do it through the charter. Because
yes,
the
but-
charter's out there. I get it, though. I agree. It should be an ordinance, Commissioner, but because we have this charter language here, I'm not sure the best way to approach that if we then went and did an ordinance.
And
Just strike it.
I will clarify too, when we talk about ordinance, it's in the bond ordinance. So bond attorney added some provisions that PUB has to adhere to because it's part of the covenants of the particular bond. And so when we say ordinance, I'm talking about bond ordinance. I don't know if they're going out for bonds, but we could add it into that. Now, as far as code of ordinances, then we could adopt it in the utilities code or, wherever. will have teeth, not so much as the covenant that's in the bond.
So then the only time this would be applicable is through a bond ordinance.
That is what the bond, that's what our predecessors have used to ensure that PUB adheres to certain provisions that are in ordinances. They use the covenants that are found in the bonds.
So we'd have to approve that through commission anyway. Yeah, I don't see the point then to this.
So I'll move to strike this.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay, or all those against say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay. Next slide. This one is dealing with the acknowledgement of receipt of the budget. This one was passed at the first reading. Very similar to the prior one that was struck. This one could be in a bond ordinance as well.
That would be the better course of action.
I agree.
You good with striking this?
Sure.
We'll take it up in ordinance. I'll move to strike.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And this last one is just a minor change. It has no substantive effect. It's just amending. So this would, I will say that the Charter Committee has requested to become an ad hoc committee, which is not for consideration this evening, but this could be added to that list of additional changes to the charter as they have more time to go through and digest, right? And so this could be left off the ballot if you all desire, or it can be go ahead and placed on there. And essentially, this was just identifying the correct article number, because I think they were inverted from 6 to 4. So this could be one that you add to your wish list and let the Charter Review Committee bring it up again at the next 2-year cycle.
Does this cause any issues?
No.
I'd rather not have it. I don't want to confuse people with it. If we really want to get this PUB things done, I'd rather just not confuse.
It's a lot to digest.
Yeah, we can go, on this particular one, we can go back and look at the ordinance and maybe justify it as a scrivener's error and have I think we have Municode, have them update it based on that, and they can put an editor's note.
Okay.
Okay?
Do you want?
So I'll move to strike.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Okay. So the last one, which is not a slide, is any other, it's a catch-all. I don't know if there's any other provisions that you all as a body want to consider. Not, you can table it. Table L.
When are we gonna, what date do we have? Like, how far can we go? If anything comes up, do we still have time?
We have until February 17th, and so we
So
would
no.
have to call a special meeting the week of the 13th if you want to amend this ordinance. What I would recommend is, and I appreciate y'all's time. I know it's painful to go through each one. It's painful for me too, so I appreciate y'all's patience. But I would recommend taking action to do the second and final reading and adopting the ordinance as amended tonight so that we can then make those changes, prep it. Should there be anything that you all wish to come back and there's a desire to have a special called meeting, then you can call that the week of the 13th.
We would have to call 2 meetings though.
Because it's amending an ordinance, I would say you could do 1 meeting. I know the charter requires 2, but there's been instances where the city attorney's office has opined that in certain instances, only 1 reading is required for some ordinances. This one, given that the state law requires that you call the election by the 17th, I think would qualify for that exception.
That's if there's anything else we want to add.
That's if there's anything else that comes up. Otherwise, you have to wait until 2 years from now. So my recommendation would be to approve the second and final reading and adopt ordinance as amended this evening.
I'll move exactly as you said.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to thank the Charter Review Committee. I know it was a lot of time. I went to a few of their meetings. They started very everywhere, and they were able to at least get most of these things down there. I think it's important to get rid of the supermajorities, the unanimous votes. It'll give the commission a lot more flexibility on what to do with PUB, so I'd like to thank them.
I'd echo that. I think they did a great job. They really put forth a lot of time and effort. I didn't attend the meetings, but I did watch some, and I know Will said it was painful to watch, but I kind of think he enjoyed it a little bit.
I told, if I may indulge myself for a second, I did tell the committee that night that we had our final meeting that for Jennifer, it's her second charter review. For mine, it's my third or fourth. And I have not seen a charter review committee do what they did in a 2-month span. It is really incredible, and I don't think they understand that or appreciate that. Normally, it takes a year to have all those public meetings, but they met every single Wednesday night, with the exception of some holidays that we gave them off. And so they put a lot of effort into this, and so I do appreciate their time.
Great job, everybody. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I think that we should send them an official thank you letter, each of them, from the city commission, the mayor and the city commission, for their work. They did a very good job.
We can take care of that for you.
All right, any other comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item, we have public hearing number 2. Public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2023-1714 to adopt the ambulance and emergency medical services charity care policy, allowing a reduction of the ambulance transport fee due to certain definable circumstances of the person receiving the ambulance service or the party responsible for the payment of the transport fee.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission. So the purpose of the charity policy for the City of Brownsville is to provide ambulance service to our community without regard to a patient's ability to pay for these services. The Brownsville Fire Department will maintain this charity policy for uninsured patients. So 40% of our patients right now are uninsured or are cash paying. This will enable us an avenue to be able to account for some of these payments by having a charity care policy with the application process, which we will outsource in time here. This is phase 1. For those patients who do not meet the eligibility guidelines for charity care, full charity care reduction, which is 100% write-off for these patients for the ambulance service, shall be granted to patients earning less than or equal to 400% of the poverty level, which is a large amount of our population that of that 40%. This will enable us to apply for ambulance service supplemental payment program through state and federal funds to recoup some of these funds and allow us to clear out some of these bills and give the patients a little more be a little more at ease with not having that EMS bill hanging over their head. So that's the whole purpose of this policy. There will be an application process as long as the patient applies for the write-off for the charity care policy. It will be evaluated. There are several, I guess, instances where they have to apply for Medicaid, CHIPS, and see what other programs they may qualify for. If they don't qualify for any of those programs, or they're dealing with, they just don't have money or household income or maybe homelessness, then this is another avenue for them to take care of this EMS bill.
Chief, does emergency Medicaid cover ambulance service as well?
I believe so. And that is part of the avenues. Hospitals usually help with their caseworkers, help them sign up for those programs. These are instances where they just don't qualify.
No, I understand. So
Yep.
I agree.
Yes.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's a public.
Yeah, we have to open,
hearing.
I'll entertain a motion to open public hearing.
You don't need a motion to open public hearing. You can just call it, Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. Is there anyone here to speak on this item?
Close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. We got two more.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing in action on first reading to amend ordinance number 2023-1202-J, Chapter 42, Emergency Services, Article 3, Emergency Medical Services, Section 42-101, Rates for City Emergency Medical Services and dealing with related matters.
So this ordinance update's being requested to reduce and consolidate some conflicting language referenced in our EMS ordinance versus the master fee schedule. We're not asking to change any of the fees that are already approved, just that our EMS ordinance state refer to the master fee schedule. Right now, there's conflicting language on the fees, so that's approved. So this would just change the language to refer to master fee schedule.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak? Not, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 4, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2023-1202-K to amend Chapter 42, Emergency Services, Article 3, Emergency Medical Services, Section 42-101, Rates for City Emergency Medical Services by adding Section 42-102, Training Division Fees and dealing with related matters.
Once again, this is just language cleanup for the ordinance, where we're asking for an amendment for Chapter 42 to include the fee-based education structure that was approved as part of the master fee schedule. This is some new language, which is also included in the master fee schedule that was already approved. That will also state, refer to the master fee schedule, and align all of and consolidate our ordinance.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on this item?
I'll make the motion to close public hearing.
All right.
Second.
Wait,
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
please come forward.
Just a question, and you have a valid point, you know, we need to help our people. But are you gonna raise our taxes because you're expanding?
Ma'am, the question should be directed to the commission.
Okay, I'm sorry. Will anything be raised because of this, our taxes? Who's gonna be implementing this? Who's it gonna fall directly on? Because if it's gonna fall on the taxpayers and we're gonna be rising everything, that's not fair either. But we have to look at everything. Yes, I understand. I understand that. Well, I'm a nurse, and these are very, very important issues to me. The ambulance service. But how is it actually going to work? Now, there's not a lot of jobs in Brownsville, not high-paying jobs. There's a lot of poor people, people that are strapped. They're strapped. What are we going to do? Is it going to impact us later on? He didn't actually tell us, and this is what I'm interested in. There's an issue, yes, but who's going to pay for it? Who's actually going to be the payer of transporting and se cayó la señora is getting out off of the ambulance or whatever it was? There's liabilities too. Can he answer that?
I'll answer that for the commission as soon as you're done with your comment.
Okay.
Eh.
Is that, well, I mean, did Did you understand what I said?
Yes.
Okay.
And then could you, for the record, could you give us your name?
Leticia Perez Garzoria, I'm from District Number.
Thank you.
Would you like me to answer the question? Okay, so the whole purpose of the cleanup language and the charity care policy
Bless
it-
you.
and what we approved under the master fee schedule is the way our services were billed before. It was really the taxpayer funding the EMS service. Now we're trying to reconsolidate our services to where we're able to charge the appropriate people. If they have insurance, we're able to charge the insurance and take away some of that subsidizing of the taxpayer dollars. So some of these services, we're enhancing the services, not really adding services to our capabilities right now by reducing some of those burdens on the taxpayer and the direct taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Chief.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Items for individual consideration. Item number one, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-020 to create and appoint 7 members to the La Posada Park Task Force of the City Commission of the Brownsville, Texas, for the future development of La Posada Park and other duties as assigned, and authorizing such other actions necessary or convenient to carry out this resolution.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp and City Commission. My name is Isabel Gausin, and I'm with the Parks and Rec Department. I'm the Golf Center Manager, and I'm here to present this item, and Ms. Eva Garcia, Parks Advisory Board Member, who will go over the details of the resolution for the Posada. And Ms. Damaris is available online for any questions that we may have.
Thank you so much, Isabel. As she stated, my name is Eva Garcia. I am a Parks Advisory Board member and proud to serve. We're here today revisiting the La Posada discussion. We've had some public meetings to engage the citizens of the area with what they want in this, hopefully, future development park and public space in an area that really needs it. It's one of the oldest, poorest, densest areas, very developed, and so these opportunities for providing public space are limited. But I'm sure as you're aware, the resolution is to create a task force that is diverse and made up of different stakeholders in the community. And so that's what we're bringing for you today. The goals of the task force are to finalize the amenities, develop a proposed budget, and hopefully strategize for potential funding of the development of this park.
Wonderful.
Do we make appointments now?
The
Go ahead.
resolution is for the creation and appointment. I believe I understood that each commission member has one, is able to appoint one member.
So we're voting to, we're making a motion to create the task force?
The resolution.
Is there going to be 2 motions here or 1?
You could do it in one motion, or you can do, I mean, if you have the members already, or you can do one motion to create and then another motion to appoint 7 members.
I'll make the motion to create.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Is there like a specificity of who should be on this task force? Because, for example, I think a resident that lives in the area should be there. There should be one slot allocated for that, maybe an at-large or the district commissioner.
I don't know. I have not read the resolution.
Well, but that would be up to us. As we discuss it tonight, we can dictate what the terms are going to be. And if we specify certain requirements, it'll be up to us.
Correct. And I think Damaris.
Wants to chime in.
Yeah, and it's
chime
one
in.
per member, so you each can decide which member you would like to have as a task force member.
And I will add, just that per recommendation by the commission, we did visit with BCIC, and by we, I mean Damaris, did visit with BCIC, and they motioned and appointed one of their board members to serve if that's available.
They made a recommendation for you to consider.
So if we considered it, then that would be one of the 7, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not yet.
So there's a motion and a second.
To
Yes.
create.
To
The task
create.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I would like to motion to appoint Eva Garcia to the task force.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll move to appoint, I'll move to appoint Eugene Fernandez.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I
All
think
those
the
opposed say
mayor
nay.
had a comment though also.
No. I'm an aye on this. I was just gonna, since Murad is my BCIC appointment, I was just gonna nominate him as my appointment, but I'll do that after this. Thank you, Commissioner.
Say second and you got it.
We're still voting on Commissioner Tetro's motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was it?
I think it passed.
It passed.
Yeah, that's
It
gone.
passed.
Yeah, it passed.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and nominate Murad Abu Salim.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll wait for next meeting for my appointee.
And I'm going to share with those of you guys who don't have appointments ready tonight, I know there are also recommendations that have come up that I've heard from constituents, and of course, I'll want to defer to input from Commissioner Galansky, since this is also District 1. But because of the area we're talking about, the suggestions included a botanist, a historical architect, historian, archaeologist, native plant specialist, because of the sensitive fauna, flora, the structures we've got out there. So I'm going to reserve mine also because I want to consider folks on that list. And we may even want to consider expanding the task force beyond the 7 to ensure we've got areas of expertise included in there because of the sensitivity of the area.
Does anyone else want to appoint someone to tonight? If not, we'll save the rest of the appointments for next time.
Yep. So I'm going to save mine as well. So I think we're good, right?
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You.
Item number 2, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-019, nominating Reach Products Corporation to the Office of the Governor Economic Development and Tourism through the Economic Development Bank for designation as a qualified business and enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Zone Program under the Texas Enterprise Zone Act, Chapter 2303, Texas Government Code.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, Marina Solesi with the City Manager's Office. And tonight we have representatives from Rich Corporation. We have Virginia Hamby. We also have our team member. And then online, we have Mr. Kramer from Incentives Group. So tonight, this is a resolution presented for support for the nomination of Rich Products Corporation for designation as a qualified business and enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Zone Act. So as part of the process, the Texas communities must nominate in their jurisdiction in order for the companies to receive an enterprise zone designation. We do have an ordinance passed in 2012 electing to participate in the program. And the communities are allowed to nominate, because of our size of our population, up to 6 per biennium. So we do have 2 nominations, which were DHR and Keppel. And this provides state sales and use tax refunds. And it's determined based on the company's planned capital investment and job creation. So with Rich Products, as you've seen before with their presentation, the expansion would create 58 jobs, and the capital investment would be $116,500,000. If approved, this application is for a 5-year term. Thank you. And if
I'll make
there's
the
any
motion to approve.
All right.
And thank you for being so patient for waiting this
Yeah.
long.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
I would just add that it's one of the largest investments in our recent history in the city of Brownsville. So congratulations on that.
Item number 3, consideration and action regarding resolution number 2023-028, declaring that the determination of extraterritorial jurisdiction under section 42.0235A of the Texas Local Government Code is not in the best interest of the city of Brownsville.
Can you go to the next slide? Mayor Pro Tem and Commission, this is just a, to be compliant with section 42.0235. The city has to adopt a resolution determining that shrinking our ETJ from 5 to 2 miles would not be in the city's best interest. So it is recommended that you all approve this resolution.
Motion to approve?
All right, we have a
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 4, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-030, memorializing the city commission's desire to cancel the regular scheduled city commission meeting to be held on February 21st, 2023, and reschedule the same for February 27, 2023.
I just want to make sure the Commissioner de Los Santos is okay with not having a meeting on Charles and Sombrero
Yeah,
Festival.
but we're also scheduling this on a Monday, which is usually my recuperation day.
I'll make the motion to approve.
So I'm good either way.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do you all know the reason we did change this is for the RGV thing in Austin? It's not for Charlie's, actually. So
Oh, then I'm against it. Just kidding.
I think what they're
Glad you
doing up
pointed
there
that
is
out.
good, and they're getting some money. Hopefully they can get some more, so it's important for them to be up there.
That's right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Board appointments, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-004 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove 7 task force members of the LGBTQ task force.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Tonight, we do have needed appointments for 7 members. Back in December, a resolution was approved passing the reorganization of the task force. So tonight, we are asking on your behalf for appointments of LGBTQ plus task force members. There are 4 members that are highlighted in yellow that are interested for reappointment. And then we did receive applications or which are listed here on the slide.
I'll move to appoint Nolan Navarro.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'd like to reappoint Norma Rodriguez as my appointee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Can you go back to the?
Yes.
So my appointment was, Mr. Villarreal. Is he interested in reappointment?
Yes, that's correct. He's interested.
I make a motion to reappoint Cesar Villarreal.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Can you go back to the other one? Did anybody nominate Beck?
Not yet.
All right, I move to nominate Beck Barner.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll nominate Linda Tolman.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Who's left?
And we have 2 more left.
I'll move to nominate, go to the next slide. Leslie Leja.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'm sorry, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The mayor, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to make an appointment tonight. I'll just defer to the next meeting. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Next item, we have consideration and action on resolution number 2023-014 to appoint one member to the Brownsville Public Library System Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. The library does have one position open for our library board. This is due to the person being appointed back in December not being able to assist at this time. But we do have two applicants.
I don't know either, but I'll appoint Nora Garza.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, it is 8:10. If you would like to make a motion for executive?
Sure, I'll entertain a motion. We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, I'm sorry, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It is now 8:10. The following items will be considered during executive. Item number 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.0.071, consultation with attorney related to hotel occupancy tax. Item number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, deliberation regarding real property to receive legal advice from legal counsel regarding project instanter. Item number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation related to Sports Marketing Monterrey Group LLC. Item number 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplating or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to PDAP. Item number 5, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to Paul Seals, Port Isabel, Laguna Vista versus Brownsville.
Water and diet. Nope. Nothing, Trace said, that's right. Take it home.
Okay, it is now 9:42. Possible action on any items as discussed in executive session?
No action items. I'll move to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Meeting adjourned, guys. Thank you.
Okay, 9:42, meeting has ended.